agenda. Okay, Ms. Thompson, do we have a second?
Second.
Do we have a second? Properly moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the minutes reflect that Mr. Terry is away tonight as well. At this time, we're going to go into our public comments concerning school matters. No additional comments will be made at the end of this meeting, and we will be beginning to time our public comments because we do have a fairly big agenda tonight. So at this time, Mr. Taylor, do we have any public comments that you know of that have been written? In the audience, do we have anyone that will like to address the school board? If not in the audience at this time, I do have several letters that have been sent to the board, and I have been asked to read them, and I will do those at this time accordingly. The first letter that I have says, good morning, please read this during public comment at tonight's school board meeting. Thank you and have a great day. The letter says, hello, my name is Christy Davis. I am the mom of 3 Amherst County Public School students. One is in the middle school and the other 2 are in elementary school. I have loved the experience that we have had with these schools. However, there are some recent issues that have made me and my husband wondering, should we look into other options for our schooling? I have 2 issues that I'm concerned with. First, the transgender restroom policy and also critical race theory. Children shouldn't be forced into something that is against their religion. If people want to be liked, that is their lifestyle, but I refuse to have it shoved down my children's throats. If people don't want God being brought up in school, then why should this be forced? This setting is up to children for things we would never want them to experience, and especially at school. A boy with bad intentions and thoughts can easily say that they identify as a female just so that they can do inappropriate things inside of that restroom. Do you not realize this possibility? As a mother of 2 girls, this is very alarming to me, and as their mother, I will do everything that I can to protect them. The other issue, critical race theory. My parents were raised well, and they do, my parents raised me to treat everyone how I want to be treated, regardless of what they look like. I raise my children the same way, as well as they do love everyone the same and treat others the way that they would like to be treated. We don't need any teaching. We teach what we have been taught for many years. That is that everyone is equal and to treat others the way that we would like to be treated. Yes, we have our differences, but that is supposed to be what makes us unique. God didn't make us all the same for a reason. I can tell you right now that if these policies are passed, as much as we love our kids being in school in Amherst County, that my children will be taken out of these schools. There used to be a time when school was school and it wasn't so political like it is now. It's time that we get back to school being school, that reading, writing, science, math, and history the way it has been taught for many years be the things that are taught, not the things that are trying to be shoved down our kids' throats currently. Remember, you can't rewrite history, but we can change how our history will be written right now. History in the past, we can't change that, just like you can't go back and change time. We need to move forward from all of this and not stay stuck in this mess, because if we do, then we don't get anywhere. We wonder why our kids are experiencing mental health issues. Well, look at how the world is. Look at how our country is. Look at this moment. Look at how adults are being acted. Look at the things that are being talked about putting in schools. No wonder they're depressed and struggling. It is time to focus on the kids and teach them the way that we all were taught. Focus on them and nothing else. Isn't that what you got into this for in the first place, the kids? It's really sad with everything we have overcome this past year in the COVID and overcoming so many obstacles that we have to come to this. Please reconsider your policies, and thank you for your time. Was I on 3 minutes? I'm reading fast. You get I'm old, I tell you. Just had a little joke there. My second letter says, my name is Carrie Forbes, and I live on Oak Ridge Drive in Madison Heights. I apologize for not being there in person, but I am currently in COVID quarantine. When I wrote a letter to the Joint Committee meeting, I spoke of the Trojan horse of critical race theory. School systems have tried to convince the public that CRT is not being taught in our schools. I said at that time that it was either disingenuous or deceitful. Since that meeting, the heads of both National Education Association and the American Federation of Teachers have come out and said that not only will they continue to teach CRT, but they will also perform opposition research on opponents of it and will legally defend teachers who continue to teach it. So we really need to cease the charade of suggesting that it's not being taught in our schools. What I have learned is that many people do not understand that the CRT is, and that is a tragedy. Sometimes we need to educate and define the terms we use. CRT is not just a college course. CRT is not a lens through which legal cases are viewed. CRT is an active, destructive ideology that wants not just equality, but equity by whatever means necessary. It is a reverse discrimination on steroids. Abrams, the 10th Kendi in his book, How to Be an Anti-Racist, puts it this way: the only remedy to racist discrimination is anti-racist discrimination. The only remedy to past discrimination is to prevent discrimination. The only remedy for present discrimination is future discrimination. Does this school board really want to perpetuate discrimination against any student? How does that square with every child every day? This is just the beginning of the many outlandish statements made by authors on VDOE website. The list is a who's who of CRT writers too numerous to mention. From national teacher organizations to our own state Department of Education, there is no question of the existence and teaching of this dangerous idea. Please stop the charades of saying that CRT is not being taught in our schools. But CRT goes even further. The transgender issue falls squarely into this category. CRT has cast a wide net to include as many oppressed groups as possible under the umbrella. While I do believe that every person is created in God's image and deserves respect, that should not include having to pretend that a boy is a girl or vice versa. Boys should not be allowed in girls' bathrooms, on the girls' sports teams, or inside girls' locker rooms. Until a few years ago, this would have been common sense. Now we are too woke for our own good. So what do we do about this? I first ask that this board reject any and all transgender policy changes. The school board in Pennsylvania County just showed great courage in voting 4-3 to reject the Commonwealth's transgender policy changes. I ask you to do the same. Our children are not laboratory animals for the Commonwealth experiments. Secondly, I ask that the school board to set aside the NEA and the NFT and the Declaration of Support for CRT. It has no place in our school system. We should no longer continue the charade of suggesting that CRT is not in our school. This starts with the equity lesson. Lastly, I ask the general public to educate yourselves on what CRT really is. Read the books and see what the harmful ideology is. Should we be for equality? Absolutely. Should we espouse CRT and equity they desire? Absolutely not. It has no place in our schools. Reading fast. Okay. To be read publicly and into the record for July 15 at the school board meeting. In response to the Virginia Department of Education's transgender policy guidelines, the ACPS administration should confine its policy provisions related to transgender students to those traditional and legal protections of general applicability to all students. That is, policies should be more comprehensive than policies developed by the DOE, consistent with the goal of maintaining a safe and supportive learning environment for all students, rather than focusing on targeting accommodations for this newly emerging psychosomatic phenomenon. What that means in practical terms: Adams County Public Schools should recognize that the mere separation of sexes shall be considered discrimination in compliance with the Constitution Bill of the Rights. Parents are never to be out of the loop, nor are they fundamental child-raising rights to be infringed upon in compliance with the Virginia Code 1-240-1 and 20-124-6. The bodily privacy and safety of all students should always be prioritized above the wishes of the individual persons with body images of sexuality issues or other manifestations of gender confusion. And fourthly, no teacher, student, or other staff member should be compelled to address or to refer to a student by other than their biologically consistent name or pronouns in accordance with the traditional rules of linguistics and grammar. Student time would be better spent memorizing multiplication tables and traditional grammar rather than so-called preferred pronouns for every person in the school. It is abundantly clear that the onslaught of hastily cranked out legislation and rulemaking coming out of Richmond violates the constitutional protections, statutory laws, and administrative procedural norms. These include individual parental rights, free speech and religious rights, privacy rights, due process, and equal protection under the law. Lawsuits are already underway and more will follow. For Adams County Public Schools, it makes more sense to follow the U.S. and Virginia constitutions than to embrace this current war on our culture and our country. Universal protections against discrimination and harassment are already in place. The public school system and teachers' unions across the country are leading the way to brainwash our children into accepting the surrender of their individual freedoms to the state in conjunction with the disintegration of family integrity, historical integrity, and religious institutions. It is not coincidental that dividing people over issues that should not even exist to begin with is an oft-repeated technique used by the progressives and true Marxists to destroy the free democracies from within. Tell me, Dr. Arnold, tell me, school board members, why would you allow and even encourage the children you so profoundly influenced to hate each other, hate their country, and be fearful to express their true feelings and opinions? This is a serious question that demands an answer. Where do you expect all this madness will end? Should the progressive elements finally get their way? Don't expect to be saved by white privilege, equity, cultural competency, intersexuality, or any other ridiculous made-up term you may invent to propel this twisted agenda. You seem to have no idea how fortunate you are to live in a free democratic republic. Wake up and defend your country and fight for your kids' future. Respectfully, Sidney Rosen. And the last letter. To our school board that is entrusted with protecting the lives of all children during their education. We are saddened, shocked, horrified, and angry to read the specific details regarding the new policy suggestions from the DOE. We send our kids to school for an education in the basics, math, reading, writing, English, science, and history. If they're lucky, they can choose a couple goodie lectures and call it a day. We do not send our kids to school to learn what the DOE perceives as the correct morals and values to teach. This is an area that is personal to each family and cannot and should not be taught by the school system. As far as critical race theory, this is simply a political attempt to stir the pot within an already vulnerable and volatile society that is constantly looking for the next way to divide our nation. Our children are already smarter than this. We don't give them credit for what they already know and understand in their generation. Being white does not make everyone racist and or ignorant of unfortunate past actions. And being black does not make everyone oppressed and or unable to succeed with their own life choices. We need our schools to simply teach kindness and move forward together without the propaganda of the CRT. It is also not the place of the school to teach acceptance of a value, belief, moral, or cultural that does not align with the beliefs, values, morals of any other person should never be forced on others as part of the school agenda. That does nothing but belittle and demean one human right to benefit another, and that is certainly not equality or imagination. A school system should only be concerned with what they are ultimately responsible for and the academic success of the child. We are extremely upset and concerned regarding this gender identity, transgender, LGBT, whatever agenda. It's painfully appalling to need to put this in a sentence, but here it goes. I don't know any adult with common sense that would allow students or teachers of different biological sexes to share hotel rooms on school trips, period. Also, please know we will never allow our children to feel uncomfortable or placed at risk by being forced to mix biological sexes as they try to attend to their personal business in the bathrooms. And even more important, our children will never be forced to change clothes and expose themselves for gym classes in the longer. This has been an issue. Children have already been uncomfortable changing in front of gay and lesbian students, but couldn't speak up because they were seen by others as intolerant and unaccepting of the gay lesbian population if they tried to discreetly change their clothes. Many children were made fun of because they changed in the bathroom stall or wore an extra t-shirt or tank top to safely cover themselves while they changed their outer clothes. Many children didn't want to participate in gym and wanted to stay home sick because of the mandate of changing clothes. And the fact that the DOE thinks that kids should be able to change in whatever locker room they identify with is absurd and would only cause further mental health struggles in children that feel overwhelmingly uncomfortable in that situation. It's not okay for any child, whether straight or on the LGBT spectrum, to feel uncomfortable. Students must feel more comfortable in a school setting. Then we should always have no less of a standard for our straight children, period. Many schools have all private single bathrooms, and many schools do not ask their students to change clothes for gym. So if our school system is planning on to continue this antiquated process of changing clothes for gym, You would need to be proactive in making a form for parents to opt their children out of changing clothes because we simply would not allow it any longer. Our children will wear gym appropriate clothes on their designated gym days. If this is refused, then we will insist that you reopen ARA for us, as we must ensure the safety and well-being of all of our children. When the school system can and should, what the school system can and should teach is kindness, period. All schools should teach kindness to others that have different cultures, morals, values, and beliefs. Being kind accomplishes the same goal of comfort, but does not force acceptance. Being kind still protects an individual's right to believe how they want to believe while not offending others. Conservative families should not feel forced to accept or condone beliefs that directly contradict their religious practices, values, and personal beliefs. Believe it or not, Christians can still be kind to those that believe differently without sacrificing our values. Our lives consist of loving God and loving others, but that does not mean we must be forced to accept the choices of others that contradict our biblical values. If the school system chooses to violate our conservative children in vulnerable areas such as restrooms, locker rooms, school trips, we will not stand by and allow this to be accepted, condoned, or tolerated on any level. We will not place the ideology of the ridiculous to our kids. We must protect all students. Thank you for your time and consideration. Please keep us posted on our access to ARA if this board chooses to accept this unfortunate liberal agenda into our county schools. This came from Christy Dan. Do we have any other public comments? If not, I will at this time close the public comment section. Okay, where are we? Okay, here. We're at number 3. Dr. Arnold.
Yes, ma'am. So we, at your place at Board Docs, the BSBA Policy Services Agreement has been attached. It is a yearly agreement. As you know, we use their services to help with our policies and our policy manual and opinions from their legal counsel on policy. And this is just a yearly approval that you would make if you want to continue that agreement and those services. And we recommend that you do so.
Board members have any comments on that policy? Read it? I think we've all read it. It's been under BSB day for some time. Any comments, Dr. Arnold? If not, I'll ask for a vote of approval.
So moved.
We have a vote of approval. Do we have a second?
Second.
We've been properly motioned and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, one opposed. So we have a one, is that the thing? 5-1. Thank you so much. Move right on, Dr. Arnold.
So at the last meeting, we brought forward school board meeting dates. It was discussed that you would like to see what it would look like if we had 2 meetings every month. I did some research on this, and our surrounding neighbors don't do 2, but I have found some larger divisions that do 2, and what they tend to do, and some of the one that if you would like to move to 2 a month, this would be what I would recommend, is that the second Thursday of each month, which is the first meeting, which is this meeting, remain the same. That we keep all the elements that we currently have. We continue to live stream things and have it a more formal setting. The 4th Thursday of each month, we would like to refer to as a working session, which is a more informal, much like your board retreats. It allows for more discussion, more questions, more time to kind of work through issues. We would move this off-site to another school. We would start that meeting with a presentation from that school. And we would not live stream that. We would record it and make it available. But by going off-site every month is a great amount of work that we're requiring to get it all set up and working correctly. I have, at your place, or actually it's on Board Docs now, I put what I proposed agenda for example, July 29th might look like. You would start a meeting with moment of silence, pledge of allegiance, approval of agenda, and then the agenda would go directly into special presentation. In this case, it would be Amherst County High School softball state championship recognition. Then we would go into discussion items, and we would look at, from this meeting, discussion items that needed to be discussed in each area. So, for example, in administrative services, Dr. Wells tonight is going to talk about first read policies and face coverings. I imagine those are things that we would like to spend more time and deal with in greater detail at a second meeting. And that's where you would, so tonight you'll get the information, ask clarifying questions, but at the second meeting, that could be the time where we spend some time on those things and work through some of those issues. And then the first meeting of the following month, those things come back for votes. Right. Okay. And so you can look down the list. There are just different ideas on the types of things that we would use to discuss. So my recommendation first is that we do one a month. The reason smaller divisions don't do two a month is because the amount of work that goes into putting what I believe is a very well-run school board meeting, because these folks behind me put a lot of time and effort into it. So if we were to go to a second one, I would be afraid that we would be spending a lot more time preparing for school board meetings than doing the things that y'all charge us with doing every month. And so if we go to a second one, we would like for it to take this this work session type model. So certainly this is what you would like to do, but this is what we brought forward based on the fact that you wanted to see what a calendar would look like with 2 meetings a month. Obviously, if you look at that calendar, not every month can have 2 because of holidays and things like that. But I think we've met what you asked for. So turn that over to you guys.
I'll let the board have discussion at this time, if you would like it. You heard the recommendations, actually 2, 1 and a half on the table, so, Mr. Grimes, you want to start us off?
Sure, Madam Chair. When we started talking about this, the more I've thought about it, I can't get the image out of my head of this coffee mug that I saw one time that says this meeting could have been handled by email. And I think about the efficiency of, one, staff's time, airtime, and it's most certainly there probably will lend themselves circumstances or events where we would need to have a meeting, an additional meeting. But we have that ability to call a special meeting rather than laying it out here in a format that seems more rigid and kind of restricts the flexibility. Of course, we could always amend it, but my thought process is why put it out there as our meeting schedule if we have no intentions of following it. Not to say that we wouldn't, but I don't see this as an efficient model. I'm worried about the impact on staff. I think of not just the people sitting in front of us, I think of the Joe Goldmans and the Mike Cargills of the world that sit there and do all the streaming and recording for us, and they got to be here an extra night. I'm the older I get, the more I'm into this work-life balance with family and kids, and I just don't think that that this is an efficient way of handling. I think that if we have concerns, and we've had some difficult things come up this year. I'm not too sure. We've kind of gotten back on track with getting the weekly briefings. I'm not too sure if there's something that we want more explained to us in between meetings, that we couldn't create some kind of template and specify to the superintendent, say we want this addressed specifically, policy concerns that have reared their head since last week, curriculum concerns that have come down from the state that we need to be aware of and need to be ready to maybe make some kind of decision or input on. I think if we follow our current model, it leaves less time for public comment in between meetings for policy presentation, really, unless you skip adopting a policy during that work session. But typically we do a first read and then put it out the next month. If we follow the first read in one meeting and then the next meeting, then you only give 2 weeks in between for the public to become aware and make comments. And sometimes it can be slow for people with busy lives to become aware of certain issues. So, at the end of the day, I'm not in favor of the 2 meetings a month. I'm just not. I mean, that just kind of sums it all up. Spelled out a lot of concerns. I'm just interested to hear from my colleagues, but I'm not in favor of it.
Ms. Berry?
Yes, I am in favor of it. With all these, which I call policy dumps coming down on us all the time, it's very difficult to go through everything with a wise eye and open heart to everything that we see. It's overwhelming. 2 meetings, I think, is needed. We, outside with the school board meetings, we can't all get together and talk, or it's called a meeting. This gives us an opportunity to actually get together and discuss these policies. And with these policies that are going to be coming forward, I think we definitely need to have 2 meetings a month. Thank you.
Ms. Wright?
I can see both sides of that. I was leaning more towards if it was necessary to call the next meeting in a couple of weeks than to have it always scheduled for 2 times. But I can see where currently, definitely. So I don't know if we would make it a long-term thing if we did choose to do 2 meetings for a while, because currently there's a lot coming at us at one time that it is hard to keep up. And like Ms. Berg said, if more than 2 of us talk, it's considered a public meeting anyway, so we're all, of course, trying to follow that rule. So if it could be temporary for a while, I would agree with that.
Mr. Ceasy?
Got a couple thoughts on that. I agree with Mr. Greiser that, and well, I kind of agree so far with what everybody said, meaning sometimes we need those extra meetings, but do they have to be an ongoing thing where we have it every month we have 2 meetings? Or could we say, like, we know there's some policies coming up, there's some things we need to discuss, let's have a meeting 2 weeks from now and announce that at each school board meeting if we feel like we need to have that next one. I don't think it's going to happen much. I think on a temporary basis, we could say, like, today, let's, there's some policies, let's schedule a meeting for 2 weeks from now, that kind of thing. The other problem, well, there's a couple of things out. One is, if I read a little bit further in here, part of the policy would make it really difficult for me. It may already be there right now, but with the electronic policy that I briefly read, I travel a lot, and this would make it harder for me to be available more often. Now, I'm coming off the board here in December, but for anybody that's in my shoes, it's very helpful to be able to be at a meeting electronically, but if I have more meetings I have to be at, it's more time I'll be missing, and that then violate potentially the policy that we're looking to implement about that. The other thing is, and I wasn't here at the last board meeting, I wonder if there's something else that could be done. Is it that, what are we trying to accomplish? Is it that we're trying to have more time for discussion about certain policies? We don't have policies coming down every month. Is it more opportunity just to discuss big topic stuff? Is there a way that we could shift what we're doing now at each school board meeting to allow that, rather than extend the time, make what's being presented a little more efficient? I don't know, but I think we need to ask, what are we reacting to things that have happened? This past 6 months have been quite controversial. It's been hectic. It wasn't like that for the last couple of years, not essentially. And then we were fine with it then. So after we get over the sump, are we going to be stuck with having 2 school board meetings a month for no reason? I'm all about, let's find the right process, put it in place rather than react to something that may have already happened. So all that being said, I don't favor having 2 board meetings a month.
Yes, you guys know that I brought this to our attention and made a request
so out of response because there has been a lot of issues that our community has been bringing to us. I feel like we sit here and we did a lot of listening. I feel like the school board administrators, they do an excellent job presenting to us. I feel like I absorbed a lot of material. But I don't feel like our job is to just sit here and rubber stamp, and that we do need to have some good dynamic dialogue. We're hearing parents coming out and asking us, you know, what's our transgender policy? Well, we're just sitting here. We need to be informing our parents. We need to talk with them. We need to let them know where we stand. I know that we had the diversity lesson that we were dealing with, but then we only had one meeting, and before we could get to our next meeting, it ended up on the plate of the board of supervisors. I feel like that was an egregious thing. We should have been here. We should have been dealing with it. I know that we have requested a policy that Dr. Arnold has given us that we're doing in-house on curriculum. We didn't have time to talk about that. You know, he's taken his time to give us a draft, but we've got to have time to be able to say, this is what we want to do, this is what we like, this is what we don't like, this is how we want it adjusted. And sometimes we can do those things, you know, one-on-one, but then that also leaves Dr. Arnold in a pickle. If he wants to do what you're asking, you know, I'm asking him to do something. We can't always handle our business one-on-one. We need to be upfront with the public. So that's why I would support it. Do I want to come out here for a second meeting? I certainly do not. That takes a lot of time. I don't want staff to have to come out twice. But I do feel like for right now, with everything that's on the plate, maybe like Mr. Cassisi said, it's something we can do temporary. We could have the second one planned on our calendar, and we as board members come up with things that we want to discuss, give that to you. You can give it to us at the first meeting. We have enough to discuss, we go with meeting 2. If we don't have enough to discuss, then we just don't have meeting 2. I mean, I'm not saying that we need to just sit here and look at each other, but I think we have a lot of topics that are important. So I'm not in favor of having to come out twice, but I am in favor of the second meeting.
Well, we've heard interesting enough variety of conversation. I did receive an email from Mr. Terry, and he was along the same lines that if we had a second meeting, it wouldn't be a complete one, you know, just saying the same thing. And I agree that we don't want to put any more work on staff than they already have to prepare for the meeting, so I'm just not going to be redundant in my comments. I do agree with Cassisi. I think that in the past 6 months, we've been loaded, and everyone has, every school board, every board that I serve on has been loaded with extras because of COVID, extras because of political changes and Virginia Department of Education changes as well. I don't predict, and I do not know, don't have a glass ball, I don't predict that this will go on forever. However, we're always going to have policies. I've been dealing with policies for about 19, 20 years. And what I appreciate that those who are preparing those, they give them to us. They give us plenty of time to read them. They give us plenty of time to consult with them about them, and we can either choose to accept them or not accept them. So it's not solely about policy. I do agree that we would love to have a roundtable discussion every other week about things in Amherst County that pertain to the schools, but that's not practical. So we're caught in a hard place, but I would say the best thing to do here is to vote on it because everyone has a different opinion. I like the superintendent's recommendation. I also like what I heard here, they could be temporary. It could be if there's nothing needed to be done and said, then we wouldn't have it. But is that legal to do that, Madam Parliamentarian?
The way your calendar originally is set up is that there is always the opportunity, like Mr. Reiser said, to have a meeting. Yeah. And so that can happen, like maybe Ms. Thompson said, as needed. You know, if we feel like at the end of this meeting that in 2 weeks we need to come back, then we make that decision.
And I think that's what we were
And
saying.
be specific about what we're going to do.
Be specific, yeah.
Madam
So,
Chair.
yes, sir.
And just whenever we've had a policy that has been controversial, we step back,
Yeah.
I mean, the transgender thing came up last fall, and we sent it to council for review.
Yeah.
And so we don't always, just because it's in front of us, doesn't mean we've got the authority to stop and haul it.
I've been very pleased. I think we stay here sometimes till about 9:30, 10. That's because the agenda is packed. I believe that Ms. Cassisi had a conversation about it's not so much condensing, but what is it that we really need to accomplish when we leave here? And that is that we have agreed and voted on policies, and that we have carried out the mission of the students' masks, or schools opening, or buses traveling. That's what we're here to do. So I'm in favor of saying if we need another meeting, it may not be a popular comment, if we need to have another meeting, we could have one. But surely, just to put it in stone, we may not need to do that. Now, during this particular time, I agree that there are a lot of things that our parents want to know. So much going on. I believe that we can do that in a timely fashion at one meeting, but if we cannot, basically, we couldn't get to everything tonight that is necessary, then we would have to say we need to come back in 2 weeks.
Madam Chair, may I make a suggestion that we just have 2 meetings going into the new year, into January, and then the new board decided they want to carry on with that? Because there's going to be a lot of policies coming out of Richmond.
And what is the difference in what I just said?
Well, I just wanted to put it out there that we could have a date where, in January, when the new board takes over, that,
Well, this board is gonna make a decision tonight.
well, I just thought we could do it until January, and then if
Do
the
what?
new board just vote for having the 2 meetings per month.
We're talking about July through January?
Yes, ma'am. And then the new board, when they come in, if they want to carry it on, they can. But we could have it expire at that date if you'd like. I think make it temporary.
I think we'll take a vote.
Someone has to make a motion.
I accept, let me back up, I accept, or not accept, I understand what you're saying, Ms. Bird. So I mean, I'm not one to, I really don't like voting on it, to be honest. I would like for the board to come to a unanimous decision to have another meeting. Well, the recommendation of the superintendent, will you repeat that again? You recommended that.
At the last meeting, I
Yeah.
recommended that we would have 1 meeting per month and have the
Another if
option to
needed.
have a second meeting as necessary.
As necessary. And that's up to the board. If the board feels it's necessary, we would surely have one. Is that not agreement at this time until the new board arrives?
I think that's kind of what I'm saying, but I
That's
don't
what
think
you
that's what
said.
the other ones are saying.
That's
Okay.
correct.
So I don't think there's a consensus here.
Okay.
If I may? Madam
Yes,
Chair?
ma'am.
While I would be open to just having 2, like I had suggested, if we were to say at every board meeting, that if we had agenda items that we wanted to carry over for the second week, and we have an intentional item on the agenda, that we discuss that. What do we want to carry over? We don't have enough, and we want to say we won't have it that second month, that second meeting, then we wouldn't. And if we have enough items that we need to have discussion, then we would be in agreement on moving forward. I don't know if that was a good.
That's
That's
That's ultimately, I think, what I'm
That's very
saying.
good. And we
Is that doable?
Yeah.
So do you want to put that in a form of a motion? Yours was a suggestion.
Well, it felt like if we've got some consensus, maybe
Yeah.
we can. So what are your thoughts on that?
That's what I was thinking, why, we could have the meetings scheduled that there are 2 a month, because then parents are advised there's 2 a month. And if, at this board meeting or the next one, you decide it's not necessary, you vote to not have the meeting, or you have the consensus to not have a meeting. I think that's easier than to have a consensus to have a meeting.
You think it'd
It's
be more
already on there.
confusing if you put it out there as having 2 meetings and
Yeah.
decide not to have that
Be
meeting?
confusing, be confusing.
That's the only thing I would be concerned about. People
Yeah.
would show up and the
Yeah.
meeting, we decided not to have a meeting because they didn't have to follow the
Yeah,
previous.
Just from a historical perspective, we've always had you've had the one, and then you've said, we need to have a special
Right.
call meeting. We have rules that we have to follow to get it out to the public.
Right.
We're required to have a certain amount of time and those kinds of things. So, yeah, we're aware of those kinds of things, what we need to do to get it out there. And I think we've done a pretty good job here recently of starting to kind of make the communications better for everybody to kind of get a sense of what we're doing.
So is that applicable? Is that advertising for work? If needed, we're back to the if needed.
Yeah, so just to clarify, I would be in favor of, if I understand right, at each board meeting, if there is topics to discuss, we need to carry over, the board would essentially vote to say we have a second meeting is needed, in 2 weeks from now. school board meeting?
That's right, that's right. From the second.
Determined.
And
I'm
we
good
could
with
bring
that.
our agenda items with us to this
Right.
meeting,
Yeah.
and then we would share them.
The second.
And then if we have enough of those agenda items, we would.
So you need
go ahead
another
and-
It was because I really want to make sure we have purpose, focus, you know, and not just kind of a
Meeting
free
out,
for all,
meeting.
right?
Right.
I think we want to continue to be a formal board that, you know, that's.
Well, we could always, another solution, and I like that, by the way, Ms. Thompson and others. Another solution, we could go to another, we could have more retreats. Now, even though some of us have real jobs, we can all still say, do we need more retreats, Ms. Berg, to have these conversations where you have the round table more? And we have 2 at this time, right? 2 retreats a year?
One in the fall and one around budget time.
Yeah, so I mean, we could say, well, maybe we need, the fall is coming up, what is that, October? Retreat in October, which we'll usually talk about how schools have gotten on their feet and school session.
That was, it's September 23rd.
That's even better. So we have this
Yes.
retreat in September that we can kind of come together and bring these policies back. We would make sure that the policies that we are concerned about would be on the table for discussion. We have more time that day. And then if we needed more retreats, we could stick another one in there if we had to. It's better to do that than maybe, or not say that we want to have 2 meetings. But I like the other idea we have here if needed. Yes,
Then
ma'am.
let me make a motion
Okay.
that we will have the second meeting of the month on the school calendar, and that we will bring agenda items to the first meeting of the month that would like discussed at the work session. And then we will vote to see if we will have the second meeting based on those agenda items. And it would last until the next board came on and they could reconsider how they wanted to approach it.
So, look,
I would ask to clarify on point
Yeah.
till the second, right? I mean, parliamentary
Do I
one.
need to clarify?
Well, just that you're saying on the school calendar, so we're going to publish it as a meeting to the public as well. If I was going to make a motion, what I was going to say is that we continue to maintain our 1 meeting a month and have discussion at that 1 meeting whether the necessity of a second meeting is warranted for that month. Something to that effect, with clarity. But as far as publishing it to the public, I don't want to create that confusion where people, they might fall into the same rhythm as the board of supervisors, and they just show up for a second meeting each month, and it's on the calendar. Say we forget to take it off, some kind of, and I don't want to, for the sake of not creating confusion. I just think putting that out there, and we know we've got the option, and I'm in favor. I think that's a reasonable compromise to, if we have something we want to discuss, absolutely.
Okay, I will amend my motion. I will amend it to that the dates are not put on the calendar for the second one, but that we will have a line item on every first month's agenda, so that we will discuss if we have carryover items or if we have new items, because sometimes I think it's difficult for us as board members to say, hey, I really want to bring this up, because you already have a full agenda on the first one. So it will allow us freedom to be able to bring things that we want to talk about and give agenda items to.
And
So the motion is
I
on the
was
floor.
going to say, if someone seconds, then I'll ask a clarifying question.
I second that as presented, Mr. Thompson.
So would you want something as an agenda item as like a new business? Something like that? Or would it be would it have occurred during each one of your, I would suggest we do something like have a agenda item says new business, right? That it would be,
The new topics that
Yes.
members might
Yeah.
want to have brought up.
yes. I think that would be appropriate. Just that way, it's always there, and you always have the opportunity to say, this is what we need. And whether we have that meeting or not, then you have that option to make that decision. So that would be acceptable as far as, I'm just trying to get the process in place, right? Make sure
They're good.
we're not confused when we get to that time, I want to make sure we do the right things.
So we have the motion on the floor. Would that
And second.
we have a motion from Ms. Thompson. Would you repeat that one more time?
Can I?
In a clarification
We
form.
will tentatively have the second meeting scheduled on our own personal calendars. knowing that that's an option for us. We will have a new business item on the first meeting of the month that says new business. We will be bringing forward any agenda items that we may want to have carried over into the next possible second meeting. We'll vote on that each month.
You want a second?
More.
Well, she's still, it's still the same.
Yeah, that's right.
The same thing.
Okay. So, Mr. Rogers, you seconded?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded, I won't repeat what we're doing, but, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, everybody's good with that. I think that's a good idea to do that. And not only that, but some other board members here have meetings they've already scheduled forever on another Thursday. We always say we have school board, but we're dedicated, we can always change. So Ms. Thompson, appreciate you bringing it up, and we appreciate the consensus of the school board. Now, that took a minute. Let's see here. We're down to 3.03. Is that you, Dr. Wells?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board, placed on board docs, and I sent an email to you all personally, the RFP for the auditorium construction, new auditorium construction, as well as renovations of the cafeteria and renovations of the existing auditorium in Anderson County High School. The purpose of the RFP is to allow us to advertise for proposals to hire an architect/engineering firm to design the work at the high school. This is a project that was on our CIP and our facilities improvement plan. It was something that the board in previous meetings has shown consensus for us moving forward on, and so we're at that process. Right now, the reason it's coming to you now is because as part of the ESSER grant that we're applying for, we have to have a plan to apply for the grant and how we're going to spend our money. And this auditorium project will be a large portion of how we spend that money. We're eligible to receive approximately $7.2 million in ESSER funds. 20% of those funds need to be spent on direct educational services. The other 80% we would like to apply towards this auditorium project, which is approximately $5.5 million of that money we could put there. We also have CIP money that we could use as well, and that's a later conversation. But as far as for us being able to move forward in this project, we need to start with an architectural firm to do the design work. So also at your place, you should have a timeline that covers where we need to be and how we can get there and the steps involved in that process. I know it's small print, but I try to get it on one piece of paper. So if you look at our project schedule, we would have, and this is how to get to where we need to. We have to get the money spent. This is the big kicker in this. The money has to be encumbered by September of 2024, and all the money has to be spent by November of 2024. As you know, with a project this size, you cannot just tomorrow say, I'm going to do this and start the work. It takes time to plan, it takes time to hire the firms, it takes time to get the construction companies in place, and it takes time to do the actual work. So this outline here kind of gives you an idea of what we foresee being the steps involved. So you would begin a kickoff meeting, notice to proceed, which is kind of what we're talking about now, notice to proceed with hiring the architectural firm. Community and stakeholder input. We would get input from stakeholders in the community, and that would go through roughly September, October. We'd do facility site surveys, it'd be program space development surveys, there's option development section, and then as we move forward, we look at a design phase. It takes 8 to 10 months to work the design phase, and that's when we get more input from the community, input from you. The architects would have plans, they'd come back, we'd talk about it, and we'd finally settle on a plan by the July timeframe of 2022. At that time, it would go to bid, and then we would start construction July, August, September timeframe of 22, which would take us into 23 and into 24. This stops at the December 23, January 24 is when this stops, but you really want to allow 6 months of extra time in case you get any snags or things along the way, so you still have time to meet our September deadline. September of 2024 money has to be encumbered by that time. If we don't meet that time and we've gone forward with our project, then the grant can't cover the money because we have not completed our construction at that time. So we kind of have us on a tighter timeline. I want you to understand that we're not talking about going to bid, we're not talking about things right now, we're talking about can we hire, we want to interview firms for a proposal of how they would move forward with this project. I know the board also had questions about what CTE. And I know in earlier conversations, what can we use the renovated space for? Mr. Maddox, at your place, you have a memo from Mr. Maddox. When his subcommittee met, they had a subcommittee that formed to look at how we could, what new programs we would like to put in place based on student feedback and feedback from the schools. And the two programs that they came up with were cosmetology, which is one that's been asked for multiple times over multiple years by students, and also agricultural sciences. And the ag sciences program would tie in to, we are an agricultural community. And right now we have forestry, that's our one ag program at the high school. We need other agricultural programs at the high school. So that would tie into that. So you could have both of those programs in the space provided. But we would want the architects to kind of look at the spaces and determine where would be the best place to put these programs if we want those programs. So they could look at it in their study and say, we think cosmetology should go here and this should go here based on the design of the building and the structures of the building. Mr. Max is here to answer any questions regarding the CTE aspects of it, any questions regarding that. So those are two areas I think the board had concerns about was, one, what are the CTE programs and how could we add to our CTE? One thing we don't want to do is have anything that, we have the new CTE center getting started, which has some of our HVAC and stuff like that. We don't want to conflict with that. So we want to add, we don't want to pull people from that back into the building, we want them to experience that, but we want programs that aren't being offered anywhere else that we can offer our students. And these are two things that aren't being offered at CVCC that we could put in our building to give students that option. So that gives us the CTE option. That gives us the time frame of where we want to be, but the main picture tonight is we want to be able to move forward with the RFP so we can at least have a firm, hire a firm to do the initial study and bring us back suggestions. And then from there, it's based on discretion of the board how we move forward from there. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Very well said. Board members, any questions, Dr. Webb? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I was just curious, have we looked into expanding our current programs? Because I know like our welding and building, a lot of students put in for those programs and we're not able to accept them all.
Mr. Matt?
I would like to be able to expand on those classes to take care of more students.
Right, well, right now, they offer welding at the CTE Academy as well. So we have our welding program, plus they're offering welding at the CTE Academy. And right now, we do have 4 students that are seniors, that they've been at the high school and decided, over the past year, that they want to get into the welding program. So we're going to send those students to CVCC for that welding program. So if they're not in our program, they can go to CVCC.
Is that open for how many students it can take, or is they just take a certain amount, but we're still going to have students that want to take it, that don't have a spot in class?
Right now, they have not given us any limits on the number of students. They are working through all of that, so right now I don't have an answer for that. I know that when I talked with the director, he said, send us, we have 35 students, I know it was approved for 25, but right now, we have 35 students that's already requested information on those programs at CVCC. So, and with this, we do not want to duplicate what's at CVCC. Does not have an ag program. Even though we do dual enrollment forestry, they allow us to do that because they can allow, because it's not on their campus and they have the authority to anything that's given in the community college, they can offer. So, but they don't have an ag program. They don't have horticulture and all of that. So that's the reason we're spending right now at Amherst Middle School. We're putting in a brand new greenhouse. We're going to do horticulture and hydroponics, which is really big, with all the different agricultural facilities we have now, and to go with, if the proposed ag facility gets built, that's going to be a combination of the 2 counties. It'll be a great segue into those students.
I think one thing we all need to realize that even with the cosmetology and the agriculture, the burden to hire staff and outfit the labs are not going to be a part of this construction. So whatever we add, the board's going to have to take responsibility to say, yes, we want to do that, and it's going to cost the board on a continual basis that staffing position, right? So even if we wanted to expand welding, the one teacher we have is teaching all the kids that he could teach right now. So we'd have to hire another person as well. So just keep those things in mind as you factor these kinds of things in, that we will, as a school system, have a recurring cost, and that's in people and the equipment. Yeah.
And consumables to run the equipment.
Yeah.
I thought with the welding class, it was that size because of space, and they needed more space.
No, he can only, there's a
20
law that
kids,
says
there's 20,
he can only
there's 20
have
kids,
certain
and right
amount.
now we have 15 bays.
Yeah.
Okay.
20 is the max. 20 is the max in cosmetology, building trades, all of those.
But, I mean, certainly if what we're talking about is 5 bays, you know, even when this RFP occurs, the conversation can be
Yes.
around that for the architects to say, here's our space, can you do this? Because I don't think, I think we have to understand that we have a lot of different space that's in our high school that can be repurposed, reused. We're just not the experts at doing that, right? And so I think one of the things that you might not know or realize is that several of the CTE spaces are foreign language classes right now. And so those foreign language classes, if an architect is looking at it, would say, well, maybe we should move those foreign language classes up to where the auditorium is and then use what was originally set up as a CTE area to use it for a CTE area. That's why we want to give the architect as much kind of freedom to be, because I think the questions that you're answering are the things that the architecture firm is going to want to ask. Like, they're going to ask you guys, what are you looking for? They're going to ask our community. They're going to have town halls and roundtables where they say, what do you need as a community? And once they get all that information, then they're going to design it for us.
And I think what's important with the CTE information that you got is that was derived from students requesting these classes. It was what, that's the demand. So trying to appease, because you told me cosmetology's been
Every year. And, you know, we did a survey about 5 years ago and had over 400 students that were interested. I mean, counselors every year, you know, when can we get cosmetology? And CCC doesn't offer it, and kids usually have to pay between $3,000 and $4,000 to get their license.
license like $275, and we regulate work.
To piggyback on Mrs. Berg's question, I actually had the same one. These are new suggestions based on surveys, and I know that there's a need for that, and not opposed to this, but as far as old, current ones, I know when we did the tour, like in auto mechanics, there were like 20 students or maybe 40 students that were waiting to get into auto mechanics. And I know that would be a major reduction if you were to put one of those in. But if we're looking for ways to train our students to where they can be life ready and to go out and earn a living, we need to be making those sacrifices and looking at them. So in our consideration, I don't want to just limit us to new ones. At least that's my perspective. And new decisions will have to be made down the road based on cost and available space. But I guess I just don't want to just up front just assume we're going to look at new ones and not expansion based on need is what I would suggest. And I'll be honest, when I saw this come across, it was like, no, wait a minute, I didn't think we had really decided at all that this was how we were going to spend money, because we really wanted to engage our community in that. So I was appreciative of seeing that you had that on your timeline. But that's also coming up pretty soon. So that might be, when we do our new business agenda, that might be something we're going to be discussing. So it's my understanding that if we approve this tonight, we would just be approving to put out the RFP. We would not be approving the bid to pay for that contract. That would come back to us.
As far as the bid for the hiring architecture firm,
Right.
yes, we would have to bring that back because that would be a cost.
So we have time to talk and make decisions before
Yes.
we go down that costly path.
Our goal would be to advertise the RFP, 20 days for firms to respond. We would then go through the list of those who responded. We'd do interviews with the groups who want to talk to. We'd make a recommendation, and we have to come back to you to allocate the funds. But we can use some of these federal funds to cover the cost of that versus giving it to our CIP.
Okay. And as we have discussion on this, I'd like to include in that discussion things that we've talked about in the past, which was the use of these funds. And I know we have other CIP needs. We have some schools that we've talked about, maybe have some high enrollments that we need to be looking at. How does that play into our use of our CIP funds? And we also have talked about, potential magnet schools or things that could help track students into an expanded CTE type of environment. So just don't want to leave that out in left field. I'd like that conversation to come back around when we discuss, if we can, so sort of know the big plan.
I think there's a connection, right? This is just trying to be able to secure money that we have at our disposal for a limited time to be able to put the space in appropriately. But at some point, we got to start that process and get the professionals in here to kind of give us feedback on
Great, thank you.
Other questions for Dr. Wells on this plan?
I will add, Madam Chair, that I have the May 1st, 1997 Facilities Improvement Plan / CIP, and guess what's in here? Auditorium. 24 years ago. It was recommended 24 years ago, and hasn't happened. We have a chance.
it. I think that's the whole point here, so we have over $5 million.
It's been one of the few things in the last 6 months that when I've talked, and I know I've mentioned to at least 2 dozen people in the community, that's like, it's agreed upon. It's like, oh yeah, that needs we need something. Yeah, so that thing would be changed when he was up here, so that was the 70s, so.
So, does the board have a clear understanding of I use the word just what's being asked of us tonight from Dr. Wells is to get this, put some keys and get the engine started? And if you do have a good understanding of that, he would need a vote of approval to go ahead with this RFP. Can I have a motion if so decide for that?
So moved.
It's been properly moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
Properly moved and second by Ms. Thompson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Get it started, and as Ms. Thompson was saying, we're not, maybe we jumped into one loop that we weren't ready to be in, but we understand, we crossed over here, but this is also very vital, and as well as Ms. Hawkins and Ms. Thompson too. But we heard cosmetology like we heard about this auditorium, so, we're trying to make some moves here as well as keep the other, CTE programs alive as well. So that will come back to us another time, am I right about that? So tonight, we just want to be clear, we're just getting started. Is that all right? Okay, anything else on that, Dr. Wells?
No, ma'am.
Okay, if not, we'll move to our consent agenda. Board members, you had time to look at the consent agenda. Is there any conversation, or do we need to pull anything off? If not, I'll ask for a vote of approval.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to abstain.
Okay, sir. We have one abstention. Okay, so at this time, can I have a vote of approval for the consent agenda?
So moved.
Okay, and a second?
Second.
Properly moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
All against or opposed? And all abstain?
Aye.
One abstain. So for the book. you gotta write it up.
Ms. Megan, before we move forward, I'd like to
ahead.
introduce to you some folks that you approved at last month's meeting. One that's already in place behind me, Mr. Gary Rokes. He's going to be our supervisor of maintenance. Mr. Rokes attended Ferrum College, where he earned his associate's degree. He continued his education at the Virginia Polytechnic Institute and State University, where he completed his bachelor's degree in business management, and he is a certified paramedic. There are a lot of things that he's done, but I'll get to the most recent. Mr. Rhodes was employed with the County of Amherst for 13 years, where he served as the Director of Safety. He also served as a project specialist for 2 years with SSC Consulting. He also spent 14 years with First Brands Corporation Glad Manufacturing, where he served in several roles. While employed with First Brand Glad Manufacturing, he spent 2 years as medical coordinator, 1 year as the corporate safety and environmental administrator, 5 years as the human resources administrator, 2 years as operations resource, and 1 year as safety manager, where he was currently serving today. We are extremely excited to have Mr. Rhodes. He understands Amherst County, and he has worked in this world, and so we're really pleased. And I know that Mr. Rhodes is well thought of, and he has hit the ground running. And so we want to welcome Mr. Rhodes.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, the other we made was that Jeremy Hutchinson, he is the new principal at Madison Heights Elementary School. Mr. Hutchinson attended Radford University, where he earned a degree in interdisciplinary studies, elementary education. He began his career with Montgomery County Schools, where he spent 6 years as a classroom teacher in the 3rd and 5th grade while serving in the classroom. He furthered his education at Virginia Tech, where he earned a master's degree in ed leadership and policy studies. He joined Amherst County Public School family in 2014 as a 3rd grade elementary teacher at Avalon. In 2016, he transitioned into his last role as the assistant principal at Madison Heights Elementary. We are also excited to have Mr. Hutchinson, and would you like to add anything?
Absolutely. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, Dr. Arnold, I am honored to serve to be selected to serve as the next principal of Madison Heights. Over the last 5 years, I have grown to love the school and the community in which we serve, and I look forward to working with the board, Dr. Arnold, and our entire central office staff to just provide the best education possible for our community. So thank you.
Madam Chair.
Anybody else?
Well, I know that Ms. Penn did come tonight to support Mr. Hutchinson, but she was also on the report tonight, but we'll formally recognize her at the next meeting.
All right, we're gonna jump in here first. All right. Moving on, so we are at Dr. Arnold, Administrator.
That would be Dr. Wells.
Dr. Wells.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, members of the board. So, we're gonna start with construction timeline. I'm turning over to Mr. Rhodes, and he'll talk to you about our construction projects.
Okay.
Good evening, board. Before we start on that, I guess I wanted to touch on one thing. You know, I guess our motto or our policy is every child, every day, and the action of that is, for dealing with my side on the administrative part, every employee, every day. So I don't know if you had a chance to look at this week's Amherst Area Progress. We had Mr. Robert Jones, who I work with in maintenance. He's been with us 41 years. I know y'all recognized him recently for his service, but front page and center. So I just want to bring your attention to that. And of course, you know, we did great. Amherst School System did great in Amherst Area this week. Followed up on the sports section, front page, with all the regional awards that our players and coaches got from our coaches to regional teams. So just want to bring that to your attention in Amherst Area this week. As far as the construction process goes, the different projects, the Amherst Elementary project is on the way. The floors are in, the walls are up and painted. Starting Monday, the department will be in to put the fixtures back in, and the following week, the stalls will be in, the schedule will be in. So that project is on track to be finished here in the next couple, 2 to 3 weeks. At Madison Heights Elementary and also Amherst Middle School, both of those projects will start up this coming week. With the shoring up at Madison Heights, and then we start removing the tiles off the floor down there, and also the drainage issues and things like that at Amherst Middle School. So those projects are getting ready to get underway. The anticipation is they will be finished before school starts, and so we should be in good shape with all of that. And of course, the other big thing we're working on is getting the schools, the outward appearance to the schools ready for the school year, and monitoring those type of things to get the schools in good appearance for our students and faculty to come back to the school year on August 18th.
Thank you, Val.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So the next I have is discipline data, and you should have this on board docs. Is that the place to tell you as well, or just on board docs? Okay, it's on board docs. So we'll go through this kind of quickly. I just want to tell you that the discipline data is in here was through 1920, that we presented that 2 years ago. That has not changed. The data for this past year and to March of 20, and then from this year, I'll go expand upon a little bit more, but really we have inaccurate and not inaccurate data. We don't have all of the data for the year for 1920 because we ended the school year in March. And then last year, we had very little discipline in the school due to our schedule and just how things worked out, we had very little. So it's not a whole lot there for this coming year. So I'll just go through briefly with you, and I'm just going to hit, so if you go through under average number of referrals by race group, again from 2011, 2012 to 2019, 2020, the data is there. But 1920, we had 1 point more referrals for black students than white students, and that is basically consistent with where we were in 2011, 2012. That has remained rather consistent. In 2016-17, it did drop to 0.2, but in 2017-18 and 18-19, it went back up to 1.2 to 1.1. And again, 1920 through March 15th or 13th, whatever the magic date was when they shut us down, we were at that 1.1 more referrals for black students than white students. If we go to the likelihood of referral by race group, again, we can see, if you go just to the, there you go. So we look at the likelihood of referrals. Again, number of students referred for discipline at least once, but only counted once, is how we came with these numbers. When the percent of students referred is higher than the percent of student population, indicates that a group is more likely to be referred than other groups. In 2017, 2018, black students were referred to the office more often than white students. A black student was 1.4 times more likely to be referred than a white student. In 18-19, it was 1.5 times more likely. In 19-20, 1.6 times more likely. So that was creeping up a little bit over those the 3-year period. But we go to out-of-school suspension rate by race group. We can see that out-of-school suspensions, disproportionate impact. In 2012-13, it was 20.6. 13-14, 21.2. 14-15, 9.8. 15-16, 5.9. 16-17, 9.3. 17-18, it went back up to 15.2, and 18-19 was 16.3. But you'll see in 19-20 it was 2.7. And the major impact for that was we opened the Alternative Suspension Center that year, and that's why our suspension numbers significantly decreased. So instead of being suspended and sitting home and doing who knows what, they were in school being held accountable there, but also getting some instruction, but also getting some social some supports as well in their behaviors. So we can see that our suspension data really shows that our Alternative Suspension Center has really been a big key for us for lowering those numbers. And I really do appreciate the fact that y'all have agreed to maintain that program.
When did we start that again? 18?
That started in the winter of 18-19 as a trial run, and then we approved it for the following year. The next is percent length of those out-of-school suspensions. So we can see that in 2012-13, black students were suspended 0.9 days longer than white students. 13-14 it was 0.5, and it's still on average through that around that for that time. In 2017-18, black students were suspended 1.9 days longer than white students. In 18-19, black students were suspended more often for 0.6 days longer than white students. In 19-20, white students were suspended more often. However, the number of days suspended was equal. The issue we have is when we do our data, we have to put altercations and fights there together. And there's not a discrepancy in the data, and discipline practices are equitable. So for a fight, students are suspended out of school. For an altercation, most students go to the Auditorium Suspension Center. But when we do our data, I have to put both together, so it kind of skews the data just a little bit. But really, it's really not a major discrepancy within those groups. Next is percent and length of OSS, out-of-school suspension by race group for first offense disruptions. So look at the first time a student has an offense. In 2013-14, black students were suspended 0.8 days longer than white students. 15-16, it was even. 16-17, white students were suspended 1.5 days longer than black students. In 17-18, white students were suspended 0.5 days longer than black students. In 2018-19, they were equal. In 19-20, those students were suspended for out-of-school first offense disruptions because we were able to utilize the Auditorium Suspension Center. And then the discrepancies, percentages, 12 and 13 is 8.6%, and so forth down. You can kind of follow that down. Again, 19-20, again, then we're suspended. So we can see that it's trending in a positive direction. Percent and length of out-of-school suspension by race group for first offense. Gives us number of days suspended by category for first offense, disrespect, defiance, and insubordination. You can see our numbers over time. Again, in 19-20, there were none because we did not suspend for disrespect, defiance, and insubordination. Those students either received some type of in-school suspension or were at their alternative suspension center. So again, that has helped keep those students engaged in school as opposed to being home. And then 2021 data. So here's the good data. So if you look at 2021, this is total for the year. You wonder why we didn't have any SAC meetings or didn't have any special school board sessions for behaviors. Our referrals were down. Number of referrals at the high school was 25. Students referred was 17 for the year. AEC had 52 referrals, but only 12 students. Those 12 students account for 52 referrals at AEC. Amherst Middle School, they had 24 referrals and 18. And Manelson, which you'll see in their suspension report here in a few minutes when I talk about that. This is as of June 2nd. So Manelson had 17 and 14, but the last day of school they had 4 kids get in a fight. So that kind of skewed that data, but this is as of June 2nd. So we had a situation there the last day of school, but overall suspensions, out-of-school suspension numbers, overall numbers again referred this past year were very good. I'd like to say I'd like to see this again next year. However, I do not anticipate us having these numbers again next year just due to the nature of where we're going to be with kids in school 5 days a week. I do anticipate these numbers going back up next year. And that's all the data I was going to discuss tonight. Do you have any questions?
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
do you have any data on students who go to the alternative education building and the return rate of the same student going back?
I don't have it with me, but I can get it. It has been, we have very few students that are return students. I just don't have the numbers with me tonight, so I don't give you a number, but I know historical data, my data I've looked at, some do go back, but historically, that's a fairly low number.
Yeah, I know we looked at that a couple of years ago, but I don't think I've seen it since.
Yeah. And
I mean, you don't think it's a revolving door?
No.
Okay.
And this past year, again, the numbers are so low, I really don't have any data compared to this past year. I really have to start with this next school year.
Okay.
And one thing that's going to change too is we're changing from a discipline parent balance report, which is all our discipline codes. We're now going to a different way of doing discipline codes, so a lot of the discipline codes won't match up. So we're going to have to really reevaluate how we run these data reports for you, because some of the stuff in there is going to be much different. We're going to the student behavior SBAR, accountability report or something like that, as well as the acronym. So we're going to a different way of reporting discipline. So it's going to be a lot different looking as we get into this school year.
More efficient.
We'll see.
It'll be a change.
It'll be different.
I'd like to do that with the state.
Any other questions on this area? With? Yes, ma'am.
That was a whole lot of data, and I appreciate you getting that together for us. I think it's very informative. I need to dig in a little bit more. Would you agree, just sort of overall with what we're seeing is that we are making progress, but there's still pockets and areas that we have some work to do?
Yes,
Would that be a?
that'll be a good general statement. I think we've made very good progress with the Alternative Suspension Center in lowering those numbers and disparity there between racial groups. But the referral data is still showing that black students being referred at a higher rate per percent of population than white students.
So we have some work to do, but we're making progress and giving that attention to that. Good.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anything else, Dr. Thank you. Yeah. Moving on.
All right, the next thing I have is a NOAA BWET grant. So, the battalion, I know a lot of stuff on that. All right, so this last year, I was involved with communications with the James River Association, and we applied for a multi-school grant. So it involves Amherst County Public Schools, Hopewell City Schools, and Surrey County Schools. And that grant provides professional development for our teachers, and it provides educational opportunities for our students. So basically, as part of this grant, our 7th grade teachers get professional development, but all of our 7th grade students will get to go to Rivers Edge Park, and they do the MeWEs, the Meaningful Watershed Educational Experiences, in which they get to participate in that. Part of this grant, though, goes beyond just doing the water quality work and the macroinvertebrate work and the abiotic and biotic work with the water quality of the James River. It also goes into them doing more of a program throughout the year where they have to end up with a finalized product in the spring with a public service announcement about the James River. Also, this grant allows us to communicate with Hopewell and Surrey. So in the spring, when our students do their PSAs, they'll get to present their PSAs to the students in Hopewell and Surrey, and the students in Surrey and Hopewell will do the same with our students and see the differences along the James River. The whole purpose of this grant, the BWET stands for, is the Chesapeake Bay Watershed Educational Training. And so it allows our teachers and students to experience things to improve the water quality of Chesapeake Bay, particularly the James River. That's kind of what we're working towards, to make them more stewards of the environment, and it ties into our 5 Cs very well. But this is a grant that over the next 3 years is a $450,000 grant. Amherst County will receive about $45,000 a year worth of services out of this grant. It covers substitute teachers, it covers transportation, it covers professional development for our teachers, and it covers our students getting the training and educational experiences on the James River. This will be in September when they do this. You're more than welcome to come join us on August 12th when we have our teachers going through the training that the students will go through at Rivers Edge Park. It's from 12 to 4 on August 12th at Rivers Edge Park. And then in September, we have 1 week for Manelson Middle School and 1 week for Amherst Middle School in the middle of September. And I'll give these dates to you as we get them finalized and ironed out. But we'll have those students on the river doing these projects during that time. So we have about 45 students a day can go through it. This is the max they can have, around 45 for control and get everything done. So we'll do about 45 students a day. But our schools are going to do this grant in a way that it's going to be intercurricular. So the whole 7th grade team, math teachers will be teaching about math that involves the James River and how you do the water quality stuff. Some of the math science do the same thing. History can talk about the civics and looking at the history of the river and those types of things. And then, again, science, of course, we'll be doing science, but English, we'll be doing writing about it. So it's going to be a cross-curricular event for the students. And then in the spring, again, they do the public service announcement, where they put all the stuff they've learned throughout the year into a final product. So things are very good at the grant. And we just had 5 teachers go through training down at Hopewell the past 2 days. They just came back last night. I was able to go down on Tuesday to observe some of the training. It was very good training with the group. So just make you aware of that. NOAA will have a press release at some point, and we'll be going to Richmond to be recognized in this release, but we don't have a date on that yet. But because our teachers have gone through the training, I want to make sure you're aware of what we're doing and how it's going to fold out this school year. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Anyone? No? Good?
Yep.
Good stuff.
Okay, so next thing I have, we also have a memo regarding this title-based coverage, but really titles our health mitigation for this school year. I will say that the first paragraph of this does focus on face coverings. This is based on CDC guidance, and this is based on where we are right now. And so we presented this to principals today, but per CDC guidance, face masks should be worn by unvaccinated individuals. Staff and students in grades 7 through 12 who are vaccinated will no longer be required to wear face coverings. Students in grades pre-K through 6 would need to wear face coverings until a vaccine is available for their age groups. And we did make this very clear, that's why it's highlighted and bolded. This is subject to change following the release of DOE guidelines expected next week and school board input. So this is where we are right now. If you have other direction regarding that, we'll be glad, we will follow your direction. But right now, this is where we had to have something out, some guidance out now based on CDC. We have followed CDC guidance throughout, and this is in alignment with CDC guidance. And I'll be glad to take any questions regarding that first part of it.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
So these words in the beginning of the paragraph, those are CDC words? You have a paraphrase, those are CDC words?
It's not a direct quote, but that's their guidance.
Okay, so the word face mask should be worn is not shall, should be worn.
It is, the verbiage is should.
So what's gonna happen if someone doesn't?
I think this school board has to make that decision because it's guidance, CDC guidance. I think when we started this process last year, we started off based on guidance, and you voted to make it mandatory. Then it turned into, the governor's orders and those kinds of things. So then it became mandatory even above what the school board was requiring. So this goes back to that guidance language. So ultimately, you guys will need to make a definitive kind of decision on that. But the problem is we're getting guidance once again weekly. And, then this came last week. We're going to get more guidance from the VDOE, and we expect something from the Department of Health as well.
Right now, we're still under an emergency order by the Director of Public Health in Virginia, which says anybody through July 24th, if a building has students in it, everyone has to wear a face covering. That's what we're under right now, but that expires on the 24th, and then we have to develop new guidance based off of that.
Okay, so I guess I would like this to be one of the topics at the next meeting, because that will be after the 24th and before school starts.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So the rest of this is just the preventive measures we put in place. It's very similar to last year as far as our mitigation factors. I can read them all to you, or we can go through them if you have any questions on them. But basically, we're not going to do temperature checks at the door this year. Teachers will visually scan students in their classrooms. Just look, if they look sick, if they feel bad, send them to the nurse. The nurse will make a determination based off of that. We will, if you're vaccinated, there's through guidance, we would not quarantine if you're vaccinated unless you are you've been exposed to somebody. For example, if we have an exposure, if somebody tests positive in a class, if that teacher's been vaccinated and the students have been vaccinated, they would not need to quarantine. Unvaccinated students would need to quarantine. And if those students or teachers start displaying symptoms, they would need to quarantine until they had a clearance, a test that showed they were not COVID positive. Okay. We'll continue with wiping down desks. We'll continue with eating in the classrooms. We'll continue with limiting exposure. We'll continue with 3 feet social distance. Basically, that's where we're going to be. We're going to try to keep students in smaller groups again. We'll cohort students, especially in elementary school. But that's the general overview of that. And I'll be glad, again, if we want to bring this up at our next meeting, then I'll be glad to answer any questions you have at that time. But I want you to be aware this is what we have proposed. But we feel the majority of this we feel very strong about. Again, the mask policy, mask mandate would be something you probably need to give guidance on.
So I won't be at the next meeting. Right, I can tell you my general idea right now is if we don't have to wear masks, I would prefer our kids not wear masks.
The cleaning day on Friday, of course, we won't have that Friday. Is the custodial, or is your plan to do it in the evenings or a day during the week, or?
Our plan will be for them to as during the day, you have certain time periods where they go through and wipe surfaces down, and in the evenings, custodial staff will wipe down surfaces as well. The research is showing there's very little spread of COVID through contact with surfaces.
I think it cut down on other stuff more than anything, like
Right.
rotovirus.
Everybody got flu and other things.
Yeah.
Yeah, really.
But it's actually showing that the touching of surfaces, you get very little contact from that, exposure to that, but we'll tend to disinfect surfaces in the evenings.
Quick question, what's the rationale for not taking temperatures when you go in the building and just sort of relegating that to teachers if the kid's not feeling well?
Basically, we're going to have every student every day coming into the buildings, and for example, the high school would have 1,100 to 1,200 students every day coming into the building, and from a time standpoint, it'd be very difficult to actually scan all those students to get them in where they need to be.
No, yes.
Guests will be required to do health checks as well as temperature checks. So any visitor coming to the building, parent or other visitors, will be required to do health checks and temperature checks.
And students will still be encouraged to stay home if they have a fever?
Yes. Because even though it's not COVID, it could be flu. I'd rather not have flu in school too.
One quick question, who would keep track of who had the shot and who didn't?
We cannot, well, we can't ask that information because if our school nurses can, through the VIS system, go in there and check that. However, if someone if there's a quarantine situation, for example, where we have 5 students that have been exposed, we would call those parents and they have to verify those students been vaccinated or not vaccinated. If they have not been vaccinated, they will be quarantined. If they have been vaccinated, they prove that, show that to us, and then they could come to school. If they choose not to tell us that they've been vaccinated or not, they would be quarantined.
But even people that received the vaccination have still come down with COVID.
Correct, so if they have COVID symptoms, they're quarantined,
Okay,
regardless of vaccination status.
all right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Are we still gonna be providing the sanitizer and all?
Yes, we have 50,000 little bottles sitting up there right now waiting to go out to schools.
I didn't see it on the list, I wanna make sure you buy them.
Yeah, you don't need to buy it.
Okay. Thank God.
I have 55-gallon drums of it sitting there. So,
Any other questions on the mask thing? Am I correct to assume from your discussion that we want to wait and see what July 24th decision is?
Yeah, I would like
And
to.
then come back and,
Yeah, and if we hear from the Department of Health and
You'll notify us.
DOE, we'll let you know that prior to the 29th too, so you'll have that information.
Oh, you talking about the second week of August? I thought you were talking about what might be on the 29th, if we're gonna go that route.
well, we're not
I'll be
having it
here.
on
I should be here.
29th.
I should be here for that.
Not right
Yeah,
now.
we gotta do it before the kids come back.
Yeah.
Right, that's what I thought it was
Do
gonna be
it
like.
next meeting. We'll have to-
For
because we have no
proposed
chance.
29th piece. The discussion we had earlier about the second meeting.
Great.
Tell us
I'll
what happened,
make a
Susan,
motion.
that's Okay.
So next is 5.03, which is policy. So this is the first read. The policy is there for you to read and review. We'll take questions at the next meeting and we'll discuss it at that point, but the policies are there. I will say the majority of policies are changing things like pronouns to his and her, things of that nature, as opposed to, but that will be up for discussion at our next meeting, but this is first read.
So, to your point earlier about the policies, what we would do in this case, so if we're gonna come back on the 29th, we would have time to discuss them. We wouldn't do a second read on the 29th, we would do that second read in August. So that way, we still get feedback from families and parents and community, but you get the chance to talk about it. Yeah.
So that was my question. I didn't cross-reference, but are these the ones that are on the website for the parents to have them?
Well,
the
it
same?
will be
It will be.
tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, y'all, and,
Number 5.04, student suspensions for June. And I can answer questions on that, but I really can't say that, anything particular on that, but we do have that report for you. And Dr. Arnold, I was sure with the softball discussion, if you want to have that in your remarks, or if you want to have that now.
I'll do that in my remarks.
Thank you. And any questions, that's all I have.
thank you for that. Ms. Crouch?
Madam Chairman, members of the board, you do not have any financial reports at your place tonight. We are trying to finalize a year, And we are looking at approximately $850,000 to $900,000 after the bonuses were cut. And everyone should have received their bonuses today. So, but we will provide that information at the meeting in August.
Any questions for Ms. Crouch? No?
I have a quick question, but on a slightly different subject. Any update on putting in for the Medicaid money for reimbursements? Sorry.
Josh and I tag team on that.
We are indeed.
Who's it?
We are still in the process of working our way through all the bureaucratic red tape. There's a lot of paperwork that needs to be submitted and things along those lines. We have requested again what we had asked for in the beginning, which was a summary of an idea of how many students in our division might be eligible and be able to present to the board with some kind of projection in regards to what the return on that particular investment might look like. We are still waiting for that. They have told us they are working on those numbers for us, so we're hoping as we come back next time, we will have a more completed process and some kind of numbers to be able to present to the board to say this is what it would look like, depending upon which route we go with what we decide to reimburse for.
I know back when I was actually running for this position, I was digging around and I came up with about $400,000 a year.
So based on the initial conversations, that seems to be a relatively generous projection. But I'm hesitant to say without getting some of those particular numbers from the board or from the group. That
Yeah, I was just comparing us to another school I knew and how much,
Right.
with the size of the schools. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Anything else for Ms. Crouch? Yeah, I'm good tonight. We're moving to instruction. Dr. Norman?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair and members of the board. Tonight, I just have information in regards to requests on the baseline data for our MAP growth assessment. I will say that we met many of our goals. So I'm going to walk you through. Hopefully you received all of that information on board docs. But these are just some highlights for you overall throughout the division. I just want to remind you again that this is a norm reference test. It's like that test that we show growth, height, weight, child's where you go in. The criterion reference is that autopsy where it's one shot. The kid may be on that day, maybe not on that day, and it's very difficult to show student performance growth from the beginning of the year to the end of the year with that SOL test at the end of the year. The RIT score that we are using this year in regards to MAP is all based on by grade level from kindergarten all the way through 12th, where you would start out as a kindergarten student in, let's say, math in the 130 range. As you go through the year, you would try to move to a 140 range, and as you go to high school, you're in the 260s, 280 as your top score. So as you progress through your grade levels, as you progress through your content and the skills that are assessed, so does the score and the range that we want you to be in for norm. So that's what we're basing our growth measures on with our students. Reminders from mid-year, I just really want to remind you because this has been some difficult data to disaggregate for us this year. The fall to mid-year or mid-year to fall or spring, those are our secondary students, if you can remember, they were blocked. So a student who took English course as a 9th grader, they may have had that first semester, so they took the fall assessment, and then they turned around and at mid-year, when their course ended in December, first part of January, they took the end of the course test. And so it was a very short amount of time, as well as the fall to the spring. The spring, mid-year to the spring, that would be the second semester students. So it's basically comparing those apples to oranges. We have very few kids sitting at the high school in our secondary who took a year-long course where we could identify fall to spring. Dr. Arnold and I met with Hanover Research, who is kind of disaggregating that data for us because we can't get the MAP program to actually do that for us, the way that it's tagged. But we did see an improvement in our reading scores across those grade levels by 5.8. And I just want to remind you, our goal this year was 2 points. And we have done an amazing job in many of our grade levels and our content. So this is our elementary, and the F2F is our face-to-face, it's in-person instruction. And these are the students that came in elementary. They came in 4 days a week. They were off on that Friday doing virtual learning at home. So they had 4 days in person. And we saw in our math scores a growth in every single grade level. And these were from fall all the way through to spring, which was the full year. Overall in our elementary, in our reading, we showed growth across most grade levels. We did see a slight decrease in our 4th grade, but not in the overall from the fall to the spring. Where we saw the decrease was from mid-year. We gave elementary students a mid-year test. And whatever that anomaly was from mid-year to spring, they saw that decrease. It was 1 or 2 points, but most of our, across where we're looking for growth from the beginning of the year to the end of the year with our elementary students and reading, we saw huge gains, more gains than I thought we were going to see. Our 5th grade, we are working on that. That was our lowest gain at a 2.7, and we're kind of tweezing that data to see what those areas where we need to go back and provide some strategies for our 6th grade teachers because they're going to be moving up, working with us. Yes, ma'am.
So the point gains that you're showing us are an average, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. We do have it by school, and we do have it specific by class and by student. So information that went up in board docs, it divvied it out by school for you as well. By
Okay,
grade
so it
level.
shows the average gain by school.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know that you were shooting for a 2-point gain, so these are really good. Is the 2-point gain what MAP says is typical for a student within a half year or a whole year?
Within a whole year, you should see anywhere from a 2 to a 4%, 2 to 4 point gain in a year, especially when they put the COVID slide into what we were dealing with. So Hanover Research provided us information in how to adapt the MAP scores and what we should project we should see this year based on students being hybrid, face-to-face, and remote. So we took the low end of it, and I'm very appreciative that we've, on most of our grade levels, met that.
And I know last time you showed us mid-year data, you were gracious to go back and give me some percentages.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been able to do that with the end of the year yet?
I
Because I
have.
know when I look at the average, we have students that haven't shown any growth, and we have students that have made
Okay.
tremendous growth. So
The,
do we know what the percentage of students are that are making that 2 to 4% gain?
yes, ma'am. As I said, Dr. Arnold and I met with Hanover. They have added in, and this data's a little tricky, not so much for elementary. I do have that, where they just gave me the dashboard to drill down for subgroups and percentages like that. But for our middle and high school, because it's 2 different groups of students, MAP won't let you tease out that child that took it in the beginning of the year to the child first semester to the child who took it second semester. It clumps them all together. So Hanover Research is actually teasing that out for us in a dashboard that we can kind of
Where they
pull
can
it out.
say, here are our fall students, and this is how
Yes,
they came
ma'am.
from August to December,
Yes, ma'am.
which they should be doing. Correct, okay, thank you.
And Dr. Arnold, feel free to add in whenever you. Our middle school and our in-person takeaways for the spring, again, this is first semester, second semester. So our RIT score averages from fall to spring, because that clumps them together. We saw probably our lowest gains in our 8th grade in math. Please remember, these are 2 different cohorts of students. We did see our pre-algebra 4.6 gain. We did not see that 2-point gain that I was hoping for across the board, but Ms. Smith, Donna Ratliff are working on some strategies to give those next course level teachers items to go back and kind of scaffold back in some of the areas that they missed this year. Our division reading score growth average showed up a little bit better in regards to our fall to our spring. 6th grade 2.7, 7th grade was that 0.8, and 8th grade again fell below where we wanted them to be. When we did look at some of the spring data at the end, we did have some kids who took it in the fall, came back, realized that they had not passed the class. The middle school went ahead and put them back in that class 2nd semester, so they basically had a year long. We were able to do that with a handful of kids, but because of spacing, for the number of teachers that we had, who we had in ARA, who we didn't have in ARA, it was hard to kind of work the master schedule to do that. But we're doing the same thing in the strategies, pulling together things that we can give our updated teachers, our next level teachers, to scaffold back around. Our high school, very similar in regards to those tests being semester tests, not the same group of students. We did better in our Algebra 1 geometry and Algebra 2, seeing some good increases. The geometry, which you'll see later on, is really a in-person class. It's hard to do geometry virtually, and we saw that this year. Our reading showed a decrease across the board, not just in our face-to-face, but in our hybrid as well, and I'll show you that. But we saw that decrease in our 9th and 10th. And our 11th grade, which is where we saw the only increase in our English scores in secondary at the high school, was that testing group. So those teachers were bringing them in, they were doing more remediation. The kids were staying for that because that is a course that is required for graduation, and that test is required for graduation. In regards to our ARA, our elementary takeaways from spring, once again, we had some high scores in math. Our 4th grade across the board, both in our face-to-face and specifically our remote, showed both in math and in reading some no gains in regards to that. And we're working with those kids specifically and have already identified those kids for the administrators that will be at, because those kids are coming back face-to-face, so we need to do something really immediate with them. ARA elementary reading, again, we saw some really good gains, but we're focused on those kids that we need to scaffold back around with. ARA secondary takeaways, our growth average, again, from fall to spring, different cohorts of students, but as you can see in our middle schools for our math, as we did fairly well. Our reading, we were very behind what I had projected that we would be. We did a lot of, that's probably where we, in our middle school, 6th, 7th, and 8th, if I went back and looked at my data, which I pulled it a couple of weeks ago. Hang on, I'm going to pull it to my notes. Sorry about that, y'all. What really was where we saw the most greatest attendance concerns that we had in our 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. as well as our lowest participation in our Google Meets, where it was synchronous learning. When we went back and tallied all of that up, that's where we saw where the participation was pretty low in our ARA for middle school students. If you look at our high school students, we did very well in our algebra, very close to what we did Algebra 1 and Algebra 2 for face-to-face, but again, geometry, we were down 7 points. We're working with Donna Ratliff at the high school to kind of come back and circle around with those specific students. That is a verified course that they would need to have, and so we want to make sure we give them what they need to pass that course and those tests. And then again, in our English for ARA, they did much better in regards to that face-to-face, 4-point gain, 8-point gain, and 5-point gain, which I was very excited about in regards to that. The last slide is just the hybrid. I wanted to just kind of give you where it was hard to kind of siphon out in the narrative. So this is just the numbers for you, so you can kind of take a look at where we are at each grade level, division average across the board in math and in reading. And this is just for our face-to-face students that we were able to pull this data. So you see we have some areas where I know we've already started targeting in regards to our math, where we're focused on our 8th grade right now, and in regards to our reading, it's going to be in our 9th, our middle school specifically, but our 9th and 10th grade. And I'll answer any questions, or I'll try to answer any questions that you have. Do you want me to go back? I'm sorry, y'all were. The very last is just the number of tests that we took, and it was a lot. This is with the many ARA choosing to come into the building. So if you see, we had probably around, I want to say close to 1,600 ARA students, I think is what we averaged out. But most of them at the end of the year in the spring test came back into the building to actually take the test. And please remember also that when you're looking at that 2,500 students that took that test total, that is only because of secondary, it's half of the kids. Half of the kids took it in the fall, and the other half took it in the spring. And I'm only showing you spring data right now. And that is quite a bit of information.
I'm looking forward to seeing this in a full school year.
Yeah, I think there's the one thing that shows up, I think, fairly clear in this is that our elementary students, because they had 4 days with their teacher, performed better than those kids that were 2 days and then they went home the other 2 days. It's why I'm so glad that we're going to get them back in 5 days a week, because that's, I've said all along, that's the right way to go.
Any other questions for Dr. Norman on the math assessment?
Thank you very much. Yes, and the next one on registration, you have it on board docs, the information. When I did this for you back in June, our registration there was 205 in regards to kindergarten, and in our 2021 year, we were at 302. As of today, we have 288 students that have registered for kindergarten, so we're about 14 shy of where we were last school year as kindergartners. However, we already know that there's 6 or 7 that have already contacted us. They can't log in to get the registration right now, so we're getting them the access codes that they need. So we're going to be very close to where we were in the 2020-2021 school year with kindergarten registration. We may actually be over. And also on that memo, and then the following memo as well, you had asked, one of the board members had asked for just a breakdown, a timeline in regards to the, what we've been doing and what Ms. Smith and the division level here have been doing with Virtual Virginia. So within that timeline, and it's several pages on how we went about the process, communicated everything out, but within it, it's also this chart that shows the enrollment. We have enrolled 77 students K through 12 in the Virtual Virginia program. They start, classes begin for all of those students in Virtual Virginia on August the 10th, which is about 7 days before the in-person students return to our school buildings on August the 18th. So we are doing lots with those parents and with those students to make sure that they start on that August 10th start date. We're doing some social media posts. We've already sent out letters and cards. Ms. Smith is doing a weekly reminder with each of those families and those students. We just don't want them to miss a whole week of school in Virtual Virginia, when Virtual Virginia has always told us from the beginning that they would start ahead of time before us. And so we're just trying to make sure that we get kids in as quickly as possible. And I will answer any questions that you have.
I'm sorry, I stepped out. The denied applications, I saw that on there. Did you touch on that?
In regards to our pre-K?
No, but just, I saw on the statistic there was denied
yes.
7.
Yes, sir. We had a set criteria in regards to what that looked like. If a student had failed 2 or more courses and they were core courses, we denied it in regards to that. If they were attendance truancy issue, that was denied. And if they had a discipline issue in regards to being a virtual learner. So if they got on a Google Meet and were inappropriate in that class environment, those were denied as well.
Thank you.
All right, good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Wanted to give you a quick update on where we stand with our summer programming. As most of you know, last Friday was our last day of in-person summer programming. We've moved into the completely virtual phase and we'll be there through the end of this month. But I am happy to report that when we're talking about these numbers, I want to reiterate, this is the number of students that were consistent attenders that we feel like we really got that good time with and are going to be a good part of the data that we're going to talk about here shortly. At our pre-K through Rising 5, our elementary programs, we had just over 300 students that were consistent in attending that program. For the middle school and high school programs, we're just under 200 students that were consistent in attending those. So we were right at that 500 number for our in-person programs that were there the majority of the time for our in-person programs. We had a number of other students that came for maybe a week or a couple of days here or there. We're very, very pleased with that number of 500 students that we feel like really got significant benefit and significant time with instructors during that in-person program. We do have 80 students currently in our virtual program. Not all of those students have logged in or done something meaningful at this point, so we want to see how that participation continues to grow. We also have an additional 40 students that have been invited to an SOL and CTE remediation week the first week of August. So we're hoping that we're going to be very close to that 600 number of total attendees for our summer programs this year, which of course is a wonderful number. We always wish it could be more, but certainly a significant growth from the last time we were able to have summer programs in 2019. We are working, as you would expect, with a number of students that are participating on the data. For that, we were able to collect pre- and post-assessment data for our elementary programs. We were also able to compile profile sheets for our middle school and high school students, targeting specific skills within English and math in regards to what growth was shown and what those markers were. As I have that data, and I will have that the next time I'm in front of you, I only have about a week with it at this point, to be able to show you what that data is, but early returns indicate that a vast majority of students, well over 80%, have demonstrated some level of growth within those skills that we've identified this summer. So all in all, we feel like from a remediation standpoint, it was a very, very successful program. One number that I do know at this point, as part of the Power Scholars program, again, that's our elementary program, they track retention. So students that come on the first or second day and persist through to the end of the program, for both sites, that number was almost 96%. So the students that came first and foremost on those first couple of days, they stuck it out to the very end through those 4 weeks. And again, especially with those grade levels and those ages, that's a tremendous, tremendous number for us, and we're very, very happy with that. So all in all, very satisfied with how the in-person programming went, hoping that we had the same success with our virtual program. Hopefully all of you were able to at least hear some things or see. I didn't have my newspaper. I should have, Gary. That was a good example for me. I think we were in the newspaper not too long ago for some of our summer programming, but just some of the highlights I wanted to share with you tonight, some student experiences that occurred. All of our elementary students were able to attend a field trip to Liberty University. They were able to experience a college campus and really talk about what it meant to be able to move to that phase of their educational career, what that is, what that entails. You get excited about that. The students that came back from that trip were talking about just seeing what a college looked like for the first time and thinking about some of those things and what it might mean for them in the future. I was able to work with Mr. Maddox to set up a CTE showcase at both sites. So we had 5 CTE teachers from the high school that actually came down and worked with what ended up being relatively large groups of students. We were rotating a lot of students through and having them experience what they would experience if they were students at the high school in their CTE programs. We had snakes, we had welding machines, we had all kinds of wonderful things going on. All was well controlled, of course, but students were very, very excited about what they could be experiencing as high school students at Amherst County High. We also were able to work with Second Stage to have visitors, local artists, musicians, other individuals that were able to come in on Fridays and talk to students about what career choices they had made, what paths they had followed to meet some of their goals and what that looked like. At the secondary level, hope you're able to drive past Amherst Middle School. At some point, the campus has been transformed by that summer program. They were able to set up veterans gardens. They had a wonderful event where they were actually able to bring in veterans from the local area and talk about their experiences, and the veterans were able to hear about what the students had done and why. Just a really meaningful experience for a lot of the staff and students up there. I encourage you to stroll past the courtyards at Manellison Middle School and Amherst County High School. They've been significantly upgraded as well with the summer program. Students put in a tremendous amount of work to figure out what should be done, how they could do different things, what plants would survive. There is a brand new pond at Amherst County High School that the students had to figure out what depth had to be dug to, how big they had to make it, how much water and dirt had to be brought in. The little atrium there between the outside entrance and the courtyard entrance was filled with dirt at multiple points where they were trying to figure out what that looked like. I think students also spent a lot of time figuring out how to get out of moving that dirt back and forth from outside into the courtyard, but again, some wonderful efforts that were done there. A couple others that I wanted to highlight. At Manellison Middle School, the students were able to design and develop their own sports franchises. We had students that were working on uniforms and drafting teams and doing all kinds of wonderful things, figuring out budgeting, hopefully, as they're moving towards some of those careers in the millions of dollars in regards to what that could look like. We also had a very unfortunate incident with some wildlife there, all not real, of course, but where they had to figure out what happened. A crime scene investigation occurred, and I believe Ms. Gray was heavily implicated in that particular incident. But again, some wonderful experiences for students. There was a substantial amount of learning that occurred in the areas of reading and math. The students really got to experience something new and different this year, and were able to create new and different things because of that. So very, very pleased with how that went. And I would be remiss not to thank the many, many staff that put in quite literally thousands of hours to make this program possible this year. So again, once I have that data compiled, and at the end of our summer programming on August 6th, be able to report back to the board on how we saw that growth in regards to the academic domains. But very pleased with what we were able to offer our students this summer. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
I'm glad it was a success. We've definitely come a long way from a 4-hour something to a very meaningful summer. Thank you for that. All right. Ms. Gallagher, you're on.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, members of the board, you have several items in front of you from Human Resources tonight. The first is a memo with our current vacancies, just so that you can reflect on that, see where we still have to hire for some positions with about a month to go. So we've hired in quite a few areas, and sometimes we've hired and then that's resulted in a new need to hire. But it's, for the most part, I feel good about where we are. There's one or two areas, math and interesting to art, there continue to be challenges to fill, but we do have plans in place to where I feel like we're going to be in a good place across the board before we start school. So this has ebbed and flowed over time, but this gives you a brief snapshot of where we are, but I'm happy to take questions if there are any, as where we currently stand.
Board members, for Mr. Gallagher?
The second document, I hope the second document in front of you is our 2021-2022 new teacher orientation schedule. A couple of dates and things to look at, to prioritize for you all, would be the Thursday, July 29th, which is our welcome breakfast. That is at 8 to 8:30. I will say that it does indicate there that would be at Amherst County High School cafeteria, as it was last year, and some of you had attended that to help greet and welcome our new teachers. However, we will be relocating. I believe that there's some air conditioner issues that may not be resolved until August 5th is what I currently understand. So I will make sure I confirm with you all the exact location as soon as that's identified. At this time, tentatively it appears it would be in the Manelliston Middle School library, but I will certainly confirm that with you. But I welcome you all, encourage you all to attend that welcome breakfast, just to make connections, to get introduced, and to meet our new group of individuals joining the family in Amherst County. We are going to have a new teacher luncheon on Friday, June 30th, which is the following day, from 12 to 1:30, and that is again at Sweetbriar College, Prothro. So we did not have that last year and definitely missed that opportunity. And so we are looking forward to having that this year. And we would invite you all to participate in that as well. Do you have any questions about the schedule for new teacher orientation?
You said Friday, July 30th is the luncheon?
That is correct.
But it's at Sweetbriar Breakthrough?
It is. Dr. Arnold, is there something? Oh, okay. Any further questions on that?
Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Looking forward to that. The last thing that I placed there, which we'd like to provide annually, is just for your information, are the work schedules for different employees, different groups. You have the schedule for our 12-month employees, 11-month employees, 10-month, and also our 190-day employees. The 190-day employees are our classified staff. Just kind of outlines what their work calendar looks like for the different groups, what days they are working, what days they're off due to holidays or otherwise, and the total number of days worked within their calendar. And that is something that we provide with their contracts each and every year, but we also like to provide that to you in advance for your reflection in case you have any questions annually as well. I'm happy to take questions if there are any.
Any questions, Ms. Gallagher, on any of the information distributed? Thank you for your hard recruiting work.
Yes, ma'am. And that's all I have to see.
Moving on to Dr. Arnold.
Yes, ma'am. At our last meeting, we pulled 5 policies from first reading. They were around updates to the sex offender policies. I asked that our legal counsel take a look at those, give you more information as to what the changes were. I have put at your place, it is quite a long memo, and it's attached to all of those policies. But in discussing with legal counsel, and I'm going to give you the highlights, it certainly could be something, I'm making an assumption at this point that could be something we could talk about in more detail on the 29th. But in essence, what legal counsel has said is that there are basically 2 changes. that have been put in place. And one is the use of the sex offender registry information, and the second is access to school property by the certain offenders. So let's talk a little bit about the sex offender registry information. In our current plan, there is detail on how that information is put out. Okay, so if you look at the current policy, it tells what my responsibility is. Dr. Wells actually has the responsibility of checking that and disseminating that information. What the VSBA has done with this is their intent was to ask the superintendent to have a separate regulation on what those procedures would be. So I think they're trying to give school systems the ability to tailor it to their unique needs. But what he lets us know, though, is that this is not part of the changing code, so it doesn't have to change at all, the part on how we disseminate information. So this is something that we can talk about. We want to just leave that part alone, where the information is still intact, and we'll continue doing what we do in terms of disseminating information. But the only difference there is that it would go from being explicitly stated in the policy to saying you have to have a regulation that lays out your process. The second part was access to property by offenders. And much of the discussion centered around using the Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 language. Currently, any person that's on the sex offender registry, they have to get permission to be on school grounds. The offenders who are sexually violent, so those are folks that have to go to court and get permission from a court, and then they have to come to me and get permission from me. So that's what we currently do. Okay? The people that are on the sex offender registry that are not violent offenders have to get permission from the principal. Okay? And that's what we currently do. What this is doing is trying to line up the federal tiered codes with what we used to do. So Tier 3, think about it as the violently sexual offenders, right? So they're going to fall in the same category that if they're in Tier 3, they have to get court permission, superintendent permission. The other two tiers have to go through the same process that the other sex offender registry currently have. So I think what our council thought was that it doesn't change policy as amended, still bars any registered sex offender from coming onto school property without permission from the school system. And that obviously there are currently narrow exceptions about voting and kids not being in the building and those kinds of things. But he did not think that by putting the language about the tiers would substantially change what we do, right? Because I think the worry was, oh, now we're going to just allow folks to come in our building. That's not changing. But I would like for you to have opportunity to read this. I just got this from him very recently, and so I'd like for you to read this, and it could be something we can certainly discuss in a couple of weeks. We don't have to put it back up on the table until you're ready to do that. And at that point, our current policies stand, right? So what we've been doing is already in place. He said that the KP, KK, and DJF were just language changes to try to match any changes that you might make to the other.
Those are the last three.
Yes. I'll be glad to answer as much as I can. I know that you just got this, so I'm going to either give you some time to look at it, or we can just say, this is what we'll do on the 29th.
Your pleasure.
I'd like to talk about it on the 29th.
The 29th,
Is that the next date?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's my assumption.
that's the
Yeah,
Sunday.
just make sure we understand it
Mhm.
correctly. And
That's right. And it's not even on the table for any first read or second read or anything like that. So you're still 2 months away after the 29th, if you intend to change it. So you have time. And in the meantime, we will have our policy in place where we're doing what we're doing right now, which we feel like is safe. Okay? The second item is the American Rescue Plan Act, or ESSER 3, or sometimes known as CARES Act 3. So this is the money that Dr. Wells was discussing earlier. And so I think it's important to understand, so the process that Dr. Wells has talked to you about is the process that our school division has to go through from a construction standpoint. Like there's a long timeline to get that construction to occur. What this process is, we got to get the money to do it. And so there are certain requirements that we have to make, and one of them we've already done, right? As you did last meeting, you approved the plan for safe return to in-person instruction and continuity of services. That was done at our last meeting. That met the requirements. It's on the website. It is there. And so we've met that requirement. Our second requirement is to then apply for the grant. And so what is required is to produce a document to tell our public what we're doing with the money, what we intend to do with the money. What I'm doing tonight is presenting it to you, but it's going to go online tomorrow. And we're going to ask for public comment on this document. And then the hope is that, one, we can talk about it July 29th, and two, by August 14th, at our first meeting in August, you would be in a comfortable place to approve it so we can put our application in. This Crouch has until September 1st to apply for that money. And so, but we have to get public input prior to that happening. So our timeline, I don't feel like we're rushed, but I have to present it to you. It should be very similar to what you've seen from Dr. Wells on the construction piece, and you've already seen the instruction stuff. So it's not drastically different. One thing to understand about a grant is that we always have the opportunity to amend that grant as we go. Okay? It's like our Title I grants, our Title II grants, that if we feel the need that we have to spend our money in a different way, we can make that amendment. It just has to be approved by federal government, yeah. So I need you guys to have this. That's a requirement for me to make sure that you have that in your hands so I can then put it out to our public. I would suggest in July 29th we have a conversation about it. But you can also ask me questions about the process. Did I hit it all, Ms. Crouch? I did. It's become very, when they dropped all this in June on us, and then they give you a September deadline, and then they say you have to have it out for public. So they start to squeeze the schools to get it done, and so we want to make sure that you guys have enough time to feel comfortable with it, and also our public has time to see it.
Dr. Arnold, when we talk about this on the 29th, if you could just give a little bit more, maybe transparency about how social emotional standards will fit into this. Maybe even the performance-based assessments that you have on the first page, how those are going to be developed and the content that's going to be in those. I know the social emotional standards are, I believe, are supposed to be coming as part of Virginia standards of learning for the upcoming year.
Yes.
So I think we need to make sure that our parents know how that's going to be utilized and implemented.
Okay.
So maybe some more information on that. Thank you.
Is this supposed to be in our folder?
It's on board.
Okay, I was just making sure we weren't supposed to have a physical
Yeah, do
copy.
you need a,
No, I just want to make sure.
Okay.
Any other questions on this, which is very good?
Yes.
How about, and I don't know, do we need a math specialist in elementary school?
We have one.
We do.
I mean, we already have.
We have a division level math, but we have math leads at each elementary
Oh,
school.
that's, okay.
We also have Jill.
She's a division level
Right.
person.
Yeah.
To piggyback on that, that triggered me, the positions that you have listed here, are they just temporary, or is that going to be an
Well, I
ongoing,
mean, you could certainly,
recurring
once the money is
expense?
gone, can continue these forward. The idea with the money is, okay, you have the following year and the year after that, and then partially that year, is to provide enough money so schools can put enough resources in place to help our kids catch up. Because remember when we talked last year, we knew this wasn't gonna be we're gonna get them fixed right away. It's gonna take time, and so we need those resources and people to get there.
So you would expect that to be 2, maybe 3 years?
Well, I would say 2.5 for sure, because it's that November 2024 is that cut line. So we would for sure get through 2 full years with this, and then beyond that. Then it becomes what the school board then would decide, what do you want to keep? Do you want to keep, can we keep, those kinds of
And that would
things.
be the same with the social worker that you're recommending?
Well, there are social workers in this plan. The social worker I'm recommending, we'll have a conversation about that in closed session, about are you talking
Oh,
about
no, I
something?
was talking about this position.
Oh, yeah, no, everything in here is not,
Not
doesn't
permanent.
have no, it's not permanent, right. It has to end on the 2024. But we want to take advantage of the resources that we
Yeah.
get to us.
Anything else on this wonderful grant?
I would just like to request, I would like to have a hard copy of that if possible. That was fast. Thank you so much.
If nothing else, Dr.
Okay, the last day and 2/3, we've had the entire leadership team at Manellison doing leadership training. 2 days ago, we spent the entire day, our plan, and I think this will make you happy, is that in March of 2020, kind of all of our momentum with 5 Cs and innovation kind of stopped. We are picking that ball back up, and we are starting to head down that road again. We spent the whole day trying to give our leadership team the capacity for themselves as leaders to be able to support their staff as we start to add more innovative practices in our building, how we integrate the 5 Cs into the work that we do. So some of the things that Dr. Wells talked to you about today, the MeWes, the things those are the types of things that we want our students to start doing. And so they went through training on Wednesday to kind of start to get an understanding of what it means to be a critical thinker, right? What it means to be creative, what it means to be a good communicator. So those are the things that we want our entire division to have the same language, right? When we're using that language, what does it mean to be a critical thinker? Because I think we could have a million definitions of it, but we want to be consistent as a school division. So every student if you're a student in Avalon or a student in Temperance, critical thinking is critical thinking, right? And so we want to be able to be consistent with that, but we want our administrators to understand it and be able to support it in the buildings. We're not going to come out of the gate and ask our teachers to change their practices because we understand what they're going to be dealing with. They got to get back into the rhythm of what they do. But over the course of this coming year, we're going to start to support them, that if they want to take the opportunity to start to incorporate these things, and they've done this, they do this already, but not everyone does it. And they also could use support in doing them. And so it was a great day. The administrators, I mean, it was the most engaged thing, we've done. One of the things, the culminating activity, each of the three levels, the elementary administrators went to one room, the middle school administrators went to one room, and the high school administrators went to one room. And our instructional staff put together escape rooms. And the escape rooms were all built around elementary standards of learning or middle school standards of learning. And they had to do things to escape the room. So the elementary had to get out of the submarine before all the air ran out, so they had an hour. The middle school folks were trapped on an island that lava was getting ready to take over the island, and they had to figure out all of these math problems. English, they had to do writing assignments, they had to understand history things, and then the high school, they had to stop a train that had biohazardous material on it. And so it was quite interesting to watch them all work together, or not work together in some cases, and get frustrated and fail forward, all of the things we want our kids to do. But so that was just a way to show them, we can really get to academic work, but also in a way that's going to make students collaborate and think critically and to be creative with how they solve problems and to be able to communicate with one another. And so all of those things, we videoed them all, so I think we'll put together something so you can see what our folks went through. But it was a great day. Today was more about, we're going back, here are the different rule changes, here are the things that have to be done. So it was more administrative today, but all in all, it was a good 2 days, and I just wanted you guys to know, because I think I've been patient and waiting for us to get back on track. And so I think I'm reporting right now that we're moving in that direction. And so we feel really excited about that. Any questions about that?
One, I just wondered who created this room.
Well, we had 3 people working on
Yes,
each
so
one.
my instructional team, in order for us to ask teachers to do this, we need to feel their pain. In order for principals to go into a building and say, this is what I want students to be like or engage in, we have to make them look at it through the lens and feel it like a student would. So my instructional team, we had 3 members for each group. Mr. Maddox, he did the lava. He got him off the island, and that was the group that won. Middle school team won. And we had Miss Wanda Smith led the submarine for elementary, and then we had a team of teachers from the high school who volunteered to do their work for their building administrators so they could see how frustrated they could make them.
And they were last. It took them a long, long time.
And then my last question was, in the material that you went over, I know you were talking about innovation and bringing back those 5 Cs. And I know this has been a highly unusual year, but I get a sense from some of the teachers that they're missing some autonomy in the classroom. So returning back to normal might mean teachers will see a little bit more of that and not so much.
And we're also hoping that there's some folks that would be willing to, if they're excited about it and want to do these types of things, that they feel empowered to go do those kinds of things. Now, of course, we always understand that we have standards that we have to teach, but how we teach them should be up to the administrator, or to the teacher.
Thank you.
Okay. So, also, going back to our comprehensive plan, we, one part of that asked for a communication plan for the division. And so you have in your administrative content section the draft of the communication plan. I think what I wanted to do today, because There's nothing official, and we haven't started with it yet, but what I wanted to do was to get it in your hands and to kind of tell you the process that we went through. Obviously, it came out of the comprehensive plan, but there was a communication committee made up of teachers and staff and parents and community members that worked with me on the communication committee. We had a parent advocacy group that worked on a different portion of this plan to kind of what do we need to do to help parents be better advocates for their students. And then we had staff input, we had central office input, and so taking all those things and putting them together, we have quite an extensive document. And what I think I will share with you is kind of the highlights of what like our objectives are. So our first objective is we have to determine what the school community needs, expectations, opinions, and knowledge levels. So if we're going to make changes, we need to know what those changes need to be. So this objective talks more about what is it that we're going to do to find out what our staff need in terms of better communicating. What does our community need in terms of better communication? So that'll probably look more like surveys initially to be able to get that information, and then we can do something with that information. Our second objective is to make sure we have really strong mechanisms to communicate what our division expectations are for our students, our teachers, our parents, our community, and then what opportunities are available. You've probably heard me talk a lot about, how do we connect our students that are elementary age to the things that they'll be doing in high school, in college, and career. Like, what is it that makes this a vertical process for kids, and not just I'm going to school because somebody made me go to school. So we need to make sure our parents understand what all the opportunities are out there, so they can help their kids navigate that world too. I mean, as parents, you all understand how important it is to know how your student is doing and what they're doing and what they can do. And I don't think that all of our parents have that information, or at least can be advocates that way. And so we have to figure out better ways to communicate that to our families. The third objective is more about the types of forms we use, the types of having diverse ways of getting information, whether that's snail mail, email, online, YouTube, all of the different ways, all the mechanisms to make sure that we hit everybody and do it in a way that everybody can get the information that we're trying to get out to people. So that's what Objective 3 is about. Objective 4 is about helping our staff become better communicators. So giving them the skills to become better communicators. I think one of the things that we find often is teachers do a really good job and feel really comfortable talking to students, but they don't feel as comfortable talking to parents. And lots of times there becomes a disconnect there. And so we feel like it's important to give our staff, whether it's office staff or teachers, skills that are going to help them be better communicators and help to kind of bridge that gap between school and parents. And then the final one is our crisis communication. So what are our processes there? That's pretty much in place already, because that's something that Dr. Wells worked on the first year he was here. And so that's the plan. It's in draft form, so it's not done, but I wanted you guys to be able to have it, look at it. We have some more work we need to do with it in terms of like what are resources and timelines and things like that. But we want to get this moving sooner rather than later, because as y'all know, communication is very important, and that's why even during the COVID year, we felt like it was important to do that work, to get this document together. So on your spare time, we want to take a look at it. But it was more for just knowing that this is what we're working on and what we're doing. And okay, so we are We are going to be back on July the 29th. Yes. So, what I would like to do, as part of that July 29th is, because I think it is also a good time to be able to do special presentations in a more timely fashion. And we want to recognize our softball team, their coaches, the players, and to do it with a resolution and do it in public. Is Dr. Brown still here? Are you still doing something on the 30th?
We're in talks with the coach and the town, but not at a place to solidify that officially right now.
Okay. We want to do our official thing before them, so I'd like to be able to invite them here on the 29th so we can recognize them formally, because it was quite a run and really exciting for the schools. As a matter of fact, all the spring sports had a great year. So we want to be able to do that, unless you would like to do it in a different way. But I would like to do it in a formal way, for sure.
I agree, are we going to do it here?
Yes, we're going to do this one here because, it's, schools aren't ready for us. They're just not quite there yet. And then there are two that aren't on the list, but it's a reminder. You all probably received an email inviting you to the Central High School historical marker dedication. That's on Saturday, July the 24th at noon. Mr. Holmes has offered his services in his building for the folks that attend, so they can come in and do a walking tour and to have some food as well. So certainly you're very welcome to attend. It'll be a nice thing. And the fact that all the Sandwich Middle School students did a lot of work to make it look good, and they actually put some plantings around that historical marker. So it's going to be a nice, really nice day. Last thing I have is that you have in your packet your Virginia School Board Association activity pass. So if you want to go to events, and we're going to have events, you can go to them and you can just show your pass. We've got to charge everybody else. I just want y'all to know that we can't let people in free anymore. We have to pay the bills. But that is your Virginia School Board Association pass. Madam Chair, that is all I have.
Anything else without, any questions? Okay, do we have any reports? Mr. Rice, do you have a Virginia report? If not, you do your individual.
Since what Dr. Rose covered was a committee that, yes. We did touch, we discussed something else before.
Solar.
Solar, that's still, the solar thing is still being kicked around. So that's still on the horizon for us too. As far as individual matters, Mr. Rooks took some under. I was going to recognize that we've had some good stuff in the news between employees, Ms. Payne and Mr. Jones, and softball team and the summer program. So it's good publicity for the division, and excited to see that. And just thank you all for hard work y'all put in every day. And that's it.
Ms. Berry?
I just wanted to say thank you to everybody that took the time out to come here tonight, and the people that wrote in also, to have you read so graciously for us tonight in speed mode. And also thank you to our softball team, great job, and I believe the boys did something, they had a good run too.
They won the district.
Okay, well, congratulations to them too, and thank you so much.
Ms. Wright?
We had a special call meeting for Governor's School, but it was to address some calendar things, nothing really of substance. I just wanted to say, I know I saw it on social media, I don't know if all parents are aware that we're not being charged for meals. The students aren't being charged for meals this year, so lunch and breakfast both, right, are free to the students. So yeah, I'm just looking forward to the new school year to start in a month.
In a month?
1 month.
I don't really have a whole lot. Welcome, Mr. Oaks.
Yeah.
Good to have you on board. Appreciate everything that you guys are doing, always. I came in for this school year to get back to normal, and like I said, whatever, my decision will always be far as the mass social distancing, as much as we can get back to normal within mandated guidelines. That's where I'm also.
Mrs. Thompson?
Just like to say welcome to the new folks. Congratulations to the softball team and the boys team. So it's shaping up like a good school year, and I'm looking forward to normal. Thank you all.
And Tom said it took all of that, and I just want to back up to Mr. Reiser on your CIPs. The girls softball field been brought up yet?
That's going to possibly be in the field house and all that, an addendum or an à la carte item on the project. So that's something that we, on this project,
Right, and we've also we have prices from last year for the stairs, and we'll revisit that once we get updated prices on that for stairs and for softball.
I would ask that, but I witnessed that myself. Kids that get down that hill, and I kept all those rocks, snakes and broken ankles, so we got to look at that. But yes, congratulations to the softball team, to the baseball team, to all the soccer, everybody had a good spring, and it's always good to congratulate the superintendent and the principal of these championships, state championship people. So Dr. All and Dr. Brown, congratulations on you all having state championships. So that also goes on record. I haven't had any, I did have a legislators meeting yesterday, and I couldn't attend because I was having new students, so I'll get the information that was given to us from that. And then I have an audit committee for the SBA coming up. But other than that, it's been pretty quiet, Rollins and I've had yet, and we just all been enjoying all the activities here in Emerson. You're right, Justin, the paper is just wonderful. Justin, yes. See moving around here, I do that. Thank you for all you and Ms. Luther for all the great articles, not just about our things, but the entire county sports and all. So I'm looking forward to getting back to normal, and we're on the way. So with that said, we just thank everybody for, I know there's been some concerns and some emails and some social media, which I do not read social media, about attrition and retention in this county. And Mr. Gallagher, I want to thank you for all that you're doing to answer those questions. And as I had a comment from where I reside and work and do things, that people leave jobs now. I was talking to a friend, you don't find folks that work 40 and 50 years in a place anymore. We love that when people retire and say, I've been here 45 years. But I think we need to recognize now that this generation of workers may stay in a place 2 to 5 years and move on for many reasons. We always want to make sure that they didn't move on because of something we intentionally did. I don't believe we'll do that in the school system. So just want people to know that people make their own choices as to where they want to do in their employment. But if we can help, if there was something that needed to be told to Mr. Gallagher or to the administration that can help the situation, we hope that people would do that first. And then if you still choose to leave the system, all we can say in good faith is good luck. And we were glad that you were here for the time you were here. But we can't depend, I don't think, anymore on anyone working 50, 40 years anymore. Maybe, but I don't think so. I have students who I just graduated 5 years ago, they've had a couple jobs already. Feeling good about it too, just time takes you different. Just want to throw that out. I want to thank you, Ms. Gallagher, because recruiting and retaining and all these sort of things is not as easy as it seems. And we are getting exit interviews, am I right?
Yeah,
so we know, you all know, I don't need to know all the time, but you are aware of why a person would leave the system. So, with that said, I believe we have to go in, first of all, does the board have anything else at this time for opening? If not, I believe we have Dr. Allen's reason for going into closed meeting.
Yep, pursuant to section 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia, it is recommended the board convene a closed meeting for following A1 personnel matter superintendent's evaluation.
Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
Good. So we have yes, and then we have a second by one of you, right? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we should go into closed session. Thank y'all for wanting to hear, and we're not leaving when we come back. Thank you very much.
Me first.
Mr. Rose, also, don't forget those bleachers.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll send you a memo. Dr. Wells does a memo.
year ago to the date, our world changed in a way we never would have imagined. The COVID-19 pandemic has dominated our lives for over a year, creating anxiety, stress, fear, and uncertainty. I would like to, however, talk about something a little more positive and hopeful, and that's vaccinations. While Amherst County Public Schools' initial goal was to vaccinate our entire staff in an attempt to make a return to full-time in-person learning a greater possibility, we quickly realized that we had the capacity to host and staff these vaccination clinics in an efficient manner. We understood that our community's health is tied to our school system, so we began lobbying the Virginia Department of Health to allow us to provide vaccinations for the Amherst community. In a partnership with the Amherst County Public Safety and the Virginia Department of Health, Amherst County Public Schools has now been hosting a mass vaccination clinic for the Amherst County community for several weeks at our high school.
So the event today is hitting the VDH Phase 1C. So those people are identified on their VDH site. But basically everything today is appointment only, but we do operate from 9 to 12 today. And so we're trying to get everybody in. We're doing about 350 shots today. We're going to hit in Phase 1C. Next week, we're going to go to Phase 2, as anticipated. And then that'll be open for almost everybody in the state who's above the age of 18 for Moderna, or 16 over for Pfizer. You can go to the Amherst County website or the Amherst County Schools website, and there's a link to the Eventbrite site. And the Eventbrite is where you'll sign up for these clinics. We're doing this for the community. If you need the shot or you need to get that shot, just go on the Eventbrite site. Let us know. If you're having any issues with that, feel free to call us, and we'll be glad to help you through it.
Almost a year ago.
Welcome to Amherst County Public Schools. My name is Dr. Brown, and I'm the proud principal of Amherst County High School. I guess you're wondering, why should you come work for Amherst County Public Schools? But the question really should be, how can you not work for Amherst County Public Schools? This is an amazing place to work with amazing people and with a mission of every child every day. If you love kids, this is the place for you. Amherst County is a beautiful place to live. We have scenic mountains. We're situated really nicely between Lynchburg, which is a small urban city, and Charlottesville, which has a lot of amenities. They have concert venues, and there's a lot of recreational things that you can do. The town is just amazing place for it to be. It's got that old town feel. It just really makes you feel like you're back in like a really close-knit small town. But the county as a whole, these are just great people around here that love Amherst County, and they love Amherst County Public Schools. Education is really, really important to our community, and we do the absolute best here to provide the top-notch education that our kids need and deserve. We are all about promoting life-ready students. And so for Amherst County Public Schools, it's not just about teaching to the test and passing SOLs and accreditation. We earnestly want to build our students to be thriving, engaged citizens and focusing on character and communication and critical thinking and creative thinking and citizenship. We are doing things that are going above and beyond to promote those within our students. Even with the pandemic and the COVID-19 situation, we've looked for opportunities amongst all the obstacles, and we want to try to promote an educational system that is allowing our kids to experience the things that a normal school system would, even amongst these difficult times. When the pandemic hit, one of the first things that we did was to continue education. And so we partnered with our local news station, WSET, to create these amazing, engaging lessons. Teachers sprung to action all across the county to create these awesome and engaging lessons. Our teachers have really done an amazing job of collaborating this year. We've had more collaboration than ever. So if you're coming onto our team, you can be sure that you're going to have awesome educators that have an amazing experience that are going to be able to walk alongside you and really help navigate this new educational situation that we are in. But at the end of the day, what makes Amherst County really special is our kids. These are some of the best, talented, amazing kids that you're going to find. Here at Amherst County High School, Amherst Middle School, Manelison Middle School, all of our elementary schools. Our kids are constantly winning awards. They're constantly going above and beyond. They're inquisitive, they are talented, they're gifted, and they really care about each other. So it's beyond just studying and learning the facts. Our kids are doing amazing things to make our community better. And I think that's one of the most powerful things that I can say about our kids is they're not waiting to be the future. They are the future right now, and they're having an impact in our community, and they want to serve, and they want to do things to make our world and our community better. As a new teacher coming into our division, we're going to provide the support that you need, and we have an amazing research-based mentoring program. We have seasoned, experienced teachers that are our mentor teachers, and they're going to come alongside and help you with lesson planning, and help you create engaging lessons, and help you think outside the box, and really push you to be the best version of yourself as an educator here in the school system. I think one of the things that really drew me to the county is our desire to be innovative, and we have started an innovation cohort, and we are really taking the walls down on education and telling our teachers to just go for it. Think about things that are going to be engaging for your kids. Think about jobs that haven't been created. How are you going to be able to promote students the skills that they need, not just the soft skills, but the essential skills that they need to be successful in the workforce. Here at Amherst County High School, we have an amazing CTE, Career and Technical Education program, that is really preparing our students to be work ready on day one. And so these are things that we have available for our students, and these are the type of people that we're looking to have come here and work for Amherst County Public Schools. Again, you might ask yourself, why should you work for Amherst County Public Schools? Why would you want to? And I would again say, how can you not? After hearing everything about our kids, our beautiful county that we have here, amazing staff and peers, this is the place to work. If you want to be innovative, if you want to teach more than to the test, and if you want to prepare students to be life ready, Amherst County Public Schools is the place for you. I hope that you apply, and I hope that I see you around. And as I always like to say, and go Lancers.
Hi, my name is Carla Stinnett, and I'm the third grade teacher at Temperance Elementary School. I would like to say thank you to the Amherst County Education Foundation. They recently accepted my grant for an Echo show. Since students are required to sit in their seats more than ever as we deal with COVID-19, an Echo show allows a touchless way to access music videos, read-alouds, poetry, brain breaks, timers, and even daily jokes. The students are loving the brain breaks throughout the day. We can also ask Alexa questions such as, Alexa, how long is the Amazon River?
The Amazon is 4,345 miles long.
Great. The Echo Show is a great tool, and I thank the Amherst Education Foundation for supporting the teachers and students of Amherst County.
Welcome to Amherst County Public Schools, where our mission statement is every child, every day. If we look back to March 13th this past year, 2020, when the governor decided it was best for the school systems in the state of Virginia to shut down, most of the state was caught completely off guard. I can proudly say that within 1 week, Amherst County Public Schools had a Chromebook in every single child's hand. Within another week, we were offering at-home learning opportunities, and we closed out the last 8 weeks of the school year with different material for every subject, including elective classes such as course, band, PE, and all the core classes, social studies classes, science classes, English classes, and math classes, having material for the students to learn at home from their Chromebooks. In addition, for students that did not have Wi-Fi at home, we offered handouts at the school of flash drives so the students could still continue to participate. That's the mentality of Amherst County Public Schools. We made sure that every child, every day was taken care of, and that's how we approach every situation that we have. And we live in an area that is close to not a big city, but Lynchburg has pretty much everything you would want, but it doesn't cost nearly as much as a big area might be. Now, if you're watching this part of the video, then it's a good chance that you're considering secondary, and not just secondary, but middle school. It takes a special breed to want to educate middle school students because they are a different breed on their own. I truly believe that when a student is in grades 6 through 8, That is the easiest time in their life that you can mold them. That's the easiest time in their life you can make a huge impression on them. As Maya Angelou said, they're not going to remember what you taught them, but they'll remember how you make them feel. And I can promise you that means more in the middle school setting than in any other time in their educational careers. You ought to really consider coming to Amherst County and being part of our team. We've got a really good thing going here where we truly believe in every child every day. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julia Simon. I'm a first grade teacher at Amherst Elementary, and I use the Amherst Education Foundation mini grant to purchase these lap desks for my students. We take them outside to do our reading work, and we use them in the classroom for our schoolwork. Thank you so much for giving me the money to purchase these. I'm really thankful for it.
Hello, my name is Melissa Ferguson, and I'm currently the assistant principal at Central Elementary School in Amherst County, Virginia. Thank you for your interest in our school system. Personally speaking, I can say that this is probably the best system to work in. Having transferred to Amherst County Schools last year, I have held nothing but support, or felt nothing but support from our central office staff. When you enter any school within our county, you will immediately feel a sense of belonging. We take pride in developing positive relationships not only with our staff, but our families and students as well. And let's not forget the beautiful views you will encounter once you enter Amherst County. Whether you're teaching elementary or secondary level, you will be supported. Starting with our school board members, central office staff, building level administrators, and the fellow teachers you'll work with within your unit, we are all here to help and support you. Amherst County Public Schools Administration encourages an open door policy, so don't ever feel as if you cannot ask a question to anyone at any level. Again, we are here to help you. Amherst County Public Schools Administration is committed to supporting our faculty, staff, and students. We want to provide the best education possible for all our students, meeting each student need. Our school motto is, every child, every day. Children are our focus. Making sure they have a strong foundation in their educational support starting at pre-K levels is something that we strive to do. All students experience a higher level of positive educational outcomes within our school division. The diversity of our staff within our buildings reflects the diversity of the population of students that we service. We have students that come from different background and ethnic groups, which each adds to our uniqueness. To help foster this diversity, each school presented diversity lessons to our students to help understand the uniqueness of everyone involved. Here at Central, our expectations are to be safe, be responsible, and to be considerate. As a new hire, you will be able to participate in a new teacher mentorship program. Each new teacher will be paired with a mentor within the school division to help support you throughout your first 2 years of teaching. You will also have the support of the division staff members. The purpose of the mentorship program is to provide you with current best practices to implement into your classroom to help support you with classroom management, curriculum, and instruction. Amherst County Public Schools also has wonderful support from our community. Each year, the Amherst Education Foundation awards grants to teachers to utilize these funds to help enhance student learning opportunities within their classroom. Each grant is up to $1,000 and you can apply for them twice a year. This year has been unique in itself. We've been faced with the pandemic, but in order to support the needs of the students, our school division was operating during this pandemic successfully. In order to meet the needs of our students and staff, and to follow safety protocols that were put into place, we have implemented daily health screening, wearing of masks, and maintaining a 6-foot distance in the classrooms, buses, as well as in our hallways. In addition, the county provided families of our students with recorded lessons that were aired on our local television program station, WSET, to help reinforce skills that they would learn in school. We know that social emotional learning is very important, so that was prioritized this year. in which every school did a morning meeting to help address any concerns that students may have had. We have live streaming for our athletic events this year. This year is something special for the class of 2020. We could not have a unique graduation program, so we had a drive-through graduation at Amherst County High School, which was awesome. I must say that was the only one that was presented that way in our division or in our area that we live in. The students did receive meal distribution throughout the summers, and mobile hotspots were added to our buses and trailers so students and teachers could access the internet for their learning needs. Again, I can say Amherst County is the best school division to work at. As I stated earlier, you will feel part of this division no matter what school you walk into. There is a positive atmosphere in every building. You will have support not only from your fellow teachers within your unit, but at the building level administration and your central office administration as well. You will see your students show growth throughout the school year. Resources will be provided to make sure you have a successful first year in Amherst County Schools. Remember, working here, working together, we can make a difference in each student's life. Teamwork is our motto. We're all in this together for the benefit of our students.
Hi, my name is Naomi Giles, and I'm the school librarian at Temperance Elementary School. I want to say thank you to the Education Foundation for 2 grants that I received last year that have drastically changed my library and impacted it in a very positive way. So the first grant I received was for these Playaway audiobooks, and these are just little battery charged books that are audio format. I did not have any audio format prior to this in my collection, so the kids absolutely love these. I cannot keep them on the shelves. It's primarily for 2nd through 5th graders, and they can take these little books, put their headphones in, and listen anywhere they go. On the bus, at home, whether they're on vacation, wherever, they can listen to their audiobooks, and they absolutely love it. I also received an iPad, and I use this with my green screen. So this is great when I collaborate with teachers. We're able to do some really neat projects with the students. We can also make school-wide videos, and the kids love using it and learning about that technology. So thank you to the Education Foundation.
My name is Tom McBride. I'm an assistant principal here at Amherst County High School, and I love Amherst County. I've always lived here my entire life. I'm a graduate of Amherst County Public Schools, and in particular here at Amherst County High School. I've taught here for many years, and for the last 4 years I've served as an assistant principal here. You might wonder what I like so much about Amherst County Public Schools, and there's a good number of things. One of the things in particular is we have a great mentor program here at Amherst County. When you're hired in, you're not just thrown to the wolves, so to say, or thrown in the deep end of the pool. They actually get you a lot of help. They have trained mentors who work with you constantly throughout the teacher work week to prepare you for the school year ahead. The mentors spend time with you throughout the semester, have regular meetings. They do 2 observations to watch you teach your class and make suggestions to help make you a better teacher. And so they're constantly working to help you improve and help you grow in your career here in Amherst County. But Amherst County truly does appreciate and recognize each and every employee for the good work that they do. They love hanging on to good employees. They also have good employee engagement. Amherst County is not a school system that kind of tells you this is what you got to do and just pours it down on you, but rather they get involved with you. They want your input. Anytime they have a new program, a new initiative, they're trying something new, they always get input from their employees and want to know what's working, what's not working, and what we could do better. That's the thing that we're constantly striving for. It's our slogan here at the high school is intentional excellence, and I think that carries on throughout the county. We want to make sure that we're intentionally excellent at everything that we do, and we want our employees involved in that. Amherst County also has great extracurricular activities, whether it's sports, Scholastic Bowl, band, theater, the different clubs that we offer. Amherst County has something for everyone, and we want to make this a good experience not only for our employees but our students as well. And so Amherst County goes out of their way to offer as much as we possibly can to anyone that wants to get involved. And finally, I'll say this, Amherst County has benefits and salaries that are competitive with anybody in this area. This is a great place to live. As I've said, I've lived here my entire life, and the salary that Amherst County pays is very competitive with all the other areas, and when you look around, the cost of living is fairly low here in Amherst County. And I guess in short, I would say Amherst County Public Schools is a great place to begin your career and hopefully end it here as well.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Fitzgerald, and I am the art teacher here at Amherst Middle School. We just wanted to say a huge thank you to the Education Foundation and the grants that they provided this year for art education here. We were severely impacted by the COVID restrictions this year and not being able to have community sets of art supplies. So we couldn't share our supplies like we usually do when we're working on art projects. So the Education Foundation grant money was used to purchase more supplies, individual art kits, to provide individual art kits to our students so that we could use a variety of mediums and use lots of different materials instead of just paper and pencil. So one of the things that we have done this year is to use these cubbies for each individual student. They have their own little basket that contains their supplies. They have non-consumable supplies that were provided so everyone would have their own, like scissors. And they also had consumable supplies like glue sticks, markers, Sharpies, pencils, that sort of thing. And what I would do each project would be to fill up these baskets with what they would need to use for that project. And then they could all keep all of their papers and art projects separated here in the cubbies. We did some really cool stuff this year. One of the things that Education Foundation supplied was these individual watercolor trays. Each student would have their own housing, their own case for their watercolor trays, and the Education Foundation money purchased these inserts, refills type watercolors, and I would pop them in their trays so every student had their own set of paintbrushes to use for their class.
Hi, my name is Joey Crawford, and I'm the principal of Temperance Elementary School and the secondary Amherst Remote Academy. I'm also a proud alum of Amherst County High School graduating class of 2003. I could not be more proud of the education that I received from Amherst County Public Schools and from the working environment that I've had since 2007 when I returned to teach and coach at Amherst County High School. I spent 11 years at Amherst County High School as a teacher and a coach. I taught social studies, many different subjects, including government, U.S. history, world affairs, world history 2, geography, and I was a coach, and I coached baseball, football, and basketball. I'm so proud of the experiences that I was able to have as an educator in Amherst County Public Schools. I'm so proud of the work that we did in the classroom and on the fields and on the court. I'm so proud of all that we were able to accomplish. But the number one thing that I'm proud of during that time was relationships. The relationships that I've built with students, both past and present, and with my colleagues over the years. I can honestly say that I have the same relationship with administrators that I do with teachers, with custodians, with bus drivers, with nurses, with cafeteria managers. It doesn't matter in Amherst. Everybody is one. In Amherst, we have a saying, it's every child, every day. And I can promise you that it goes beyond that. Our students are our number one concern. They're why we have a job. They're why we're here. But we're there for each other too. And I can tell you that over the years, in my experience at Amherst County Public Schools, I've never been met with a challenge that I had to face alone. The support system in Amherst County is unlike any other. The support system that you'll have through the challenges that you'll face, like a COVID year, are so spectacular that you'll never feel alone. I can say that in my many different roles as a maintenance worker, as a coach, as a teacher, as an administrator, being both an assistant principal and now a principal, I've had the same level of support no matter what job I've had in this county. No matter who the superintendent was, no matter who the central office administration was, no matter who the building principals were, I had the same level of support every single time I was met with a challenge. And I can promise you that that will continue. Amherst County Public Schools is one of a kind because of our tight-knit community. We're such a tight-knit community because we're family-oriented. Having one high school in the county probably helps with that. But I can tell you with the 6 elementary schools and the 2 middle schools that we have, it's the same everywhere you go. Whether you go to Temperance Elementary School or whether you go to Amherst Middle School, the Nellison Middle School, up to the high school, or any of the other schools in the county, you'll get the same level of support and the same level of care and preparation that you'll need to be a great teacher, or to be a great coach, or to be a great administrator, or to be whatever it is that you're choosing to be in Amherst County Public Schools. I can honestly say that working in Amherst County Public Schools has been the best decision that I could have made professionally in my life. I've gained so much in terms of relationships and in terms of experience that I could have ever imagined in Amherst County. I'm one example. I started as a teacher and a coach. During the summers, I would work maintenance. And I built on that, and my school division supported me in going to receive a master's degree in educational leadership. And I turned that into becoming an assistant principal and a principal. And I was supported along the way, the entire way. And I was supported at many different levels, both at the building level and at the central office level. I can say that Amherst County Public Schools gives back. We have a saying, it's every child, every day. But it's more than that. We support each other. I don't think that you'll find a better place to work than Amherst County Public Schools for all of these reasons. There's really nothing like being at Lancer Stadium on a Friday night in the fall. And you'll see that family atmosphere. You'll see that small town atmosphere. You'll see the care and the compassion that people have for each other. There's a lot of changes that are taking place in education right now, but I can promise you that no matter what comes, Amherst will be prepared. Will you be a part of us? Make the best decision you can make. Come join us at Amherst County Public Schools. We'll be happy to have you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sandy Jennings-Neblett. I'm the Library Media Specialist at Amherst Elementary School. I'd like to thank the Education Foundation for providing our students with lots of STEM materials to work on in centers while they're in the library. It allows them to use their creativity and their innovation skills, as well as cooperation, to help build their own designs and use their own ideas to create things that they want to see.
Welcome to Amherst County Public Schools. My name is Dr. Brown and I'm the proud principal of Amherst County High School. I guess you're wondering, why should you come work for Amherst County Public Schools? But the question really should be, how can you not work for Amherst County Public Schools? This is an amazing place to work with amazing people and with a mission of every child every day. If you love kids, this is the place for you. Amherst County is a beautiful place to live. We have scenic mountains. We're situated really nicely between Lynchburg, which is a small urban city, and Charlottesville, which has a lot of amenities. They have concerts, venues, and there's a lot of recreational things that you can do. The town is just amazing place for it to be. It's got that old town feel. It just really makes you feel like you're back in like a really close-knit small town. But the county as a whole, these are just great people around here that love Amherst County and they love Amherst County Public Schools. Education is really, really important to our community. And we do the absolute best here to provide the top-notch education that our kids need and deserve. We are all about promoting life-ready students. And so for Amherst County Public Schools, it's not just about teaching to the test and passing SOLs and accreditation. We earnestly want to build our students to be thriving, engaged citizens and focusing on character and communication and critical thinking and creative thinking and citizenship. We are doing things that are going above and beyond to promote those within our students. Even with the pandemic and the COVID-19 situation, we've looked for opportunities amongst all the obstacles, and we want to try to promote an educational system that is allowing our kids to experience the things that a normal school system would, even amongst these difficult times. When the pandemic hit, one of the first things that we did was to continue education. And so we partnered with our local news station, WSET, to create these amazing, engaging lessons. Teachers sprung to action all across the county to create these awesome and engaging lessons. Our teachers have really done an amazing job of collaborating this year. We've had more collaboration than ever. So if you're coming onto our team, you can be sure that you're going to have awesome educators that have an amazing experience that are going to be able to walk alongside you and really help navigate this new educational situation that we are in. But at the end of the day, what makes Amherst County really special is our kids. These are some of the best, talented, amazing kids that you're going to find. Here at Amherst County High School, Amherst Middle School, Manelison Middle School, all of our elementary schools, our kids are constantly winning awards. They're constantly going above and beyond. They're inquisitive, they are talented, they're gifted, and they really care about each other. So it's beyond just studying and learning the facts. Our kids are doing amazing things to make our community better. And I think that's one of the most powerful things that I can say about our kids is they're not waiting to be the future. They are the future right now, and they're having an impact in our community, and they want to serve, and they want to do things to make our world and our community better. As a new teacher coming into our division, we're going to provide the support that you need, and we have an amazing research-based mentoring program. We have seasoned, experienced teachers that are our mentor teachers, and they're going to come alongside and help you with lesson planning, and help you create engaging lessons, and help you think outside the box, and really push you to be the best version of yourself as an educator here in the school system. I think one of the things that really drew me to the county is our desire to be innovative, and we have started an innovation cohort, and we are really taking the walls down on education and telling our teachers to just go for it. Think about things that are going to be engaging for your kids. Think about jobs that haven't been created. How are you going to be able to promote students the skills that they need, not just the soft skills, but the essential skills that they need to be successful in the workforce. Here at Amherst County High School, we have an amazing CTE, Career and Technical Education program, that is really preparing our students to be work ready on day one. And so these are things that we have available for our students, and these are the type of people that we're looking to have come here and work for Amherst County Public Schools. Again, you might ask yourself, why should you work for Amherst County Public Schools? Why would you want to? And I would again say, how can you not? After hearing everything about our kids, our beautiful county that we have here, amazing staff and peers, this is the place to work. If you want to be innovative, if you want to teach more than to the test, and if you want to prepare students to be life ready, Amherst County Public Schools is the place for you. I hope that you apply, and I hope that I see you around. And as I always like to say, and go Lancers.
name is Sandy Jennings-Neblett. I'm the Library Media Specialist at Amherst Elementary School. I'd like to thank the Education Foundation for providing our students with lots of STEM materials to work on in centers while they're in the library. It allows them to use their creativity and their innovation skills, as well as cooperation, to help build their own designs and use their own ideas to create things that they want to see.
Hi, my name is Joey Crawford, and I'm the principal of Temperance Elementary School and the secondary Amherst Remote Academy. I'm also a proud alum of Amherst County High School, graduating class of 2003. I could not be more proud of the education that I received from Amherst County Public Schools and from the working environment that I've had since 2007 when I returned to teach and coach at Amherst County High School. I spent 11 years at Amherst County High School as a teacher and a coach. I taught social studies, many different subjects, including government, U.S. history, world affairs, world history 2, geography, and I was a coach, and I coached baseball, football, and basketball. I'm so proud of the experiences that I was able to have as an educator in Amherst County Public Schools. I'm so proud of the work that we did in the classroom and on the fields and on the court. I'm so proud of all that we were able to accomplish. But the number one thing that I'm proud of during that time was relationships. The relationships that I've built with students, both past and present, and with my colleagues over the years. I can honestly say that I have the same relationship with administrators that I do with teachers, with custodians, with bus drivers, with nurses, with cafeteria managers. It doesn't matter in Amherst. Everybody is one. In Amherst, we have a saying, it's every child, every day. And I can promise you that it goes beyond that. Our students are our number one concern. They're why we have a job. They're why we're here. But we're there for each other too. And I can tell you that over the years, in my experience at Amherst County Public Schools, I've never been met with a challenge that I had to face alone. The support system in Amherst County is unlike any other. The support system that you'll have through the challenges that you'll face, like a COVID year, are so spectacular that you'll never feel alone. I can say that in my many different roles as a maintenance worker, as a coach, as a teacher, as an administrator, being both an assistant principal and now a principal, I've had the same level of support no matter what job I've had in this county. No matter who the superintendent was, no matter who the central office administration was, no matter who the building principals were, I had the same level of support every single time I was met with a challenge. And I can promise you that that will continue. Amherst County Public Schools is one of a kind because of our tight-knit community. We're such a tight-knit community because we're family-oriented. Having one high school in the county probably helps with that. But I can tell you with the 6 elementary schools and the 2 middle schools that we have, it's the same everywhere you go. Whether you go to Temperance Elementary School or whether you go to Amherst Middle School, the Nellison Middle School, up to the high school, or any of the other schools in the county, you'll get the same level of support and the same level of care and preparation that you'll need to be a great teacher or to be a great coach or to be a great administrator or to be whatever it is that you're choosing to be in Amherst County Public Schools. I can honestly say that working in Amherst County Public Schools has been the best decision that I could have made professionally in my life. I've gained so much in terms of relationships and in terms of experience that I could have ever imagined in Amherst County. I'm one example. I started as a teacher and a coach. During the summers, I would work maintenance. And I built on that, and my school division supported me in going to receive a master's degree in educational leadership. And I turned that into becoming an assistant principal and a principal. And I was supported along the way, the entire way. And I was supported at many different levels, both at the building level and at the central office level. I can say that Amherst County Public Schools gives back. We have a saying, it's every child, every day. But it's more than that. We support each other. I don't think that you'll find a better place to work than Amherst County Public Schools for all of these reasons. There's really nothing like being at Lancer Stadium on a Friday night in the fall. And you'll see that family atmosphere. You'll see that small town atmosphere. You'll see the care and the compassion that people have for each other. There's a lot of changes that are taking place in education right now, but I can promise you that no matter what comes, Amherst will be prepared. Will you be a part of us? Make the best decision you can make. Come join us at Amherst County Public Schools. We'll be happy to have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Fitzgerald, and I am the art teacher here at Amherst Middle School. We just wanted to say a huge thank you to the Education Foundation and the grants that they provided this year for art education here. We were severely impacted by the COVID restrictions this year and not being able to have community sets of art supplies. So we couldn't share our supplies like we usually do when we're working on art projects. So the Education Foundation grant money was used to purchase more supplies, individual art kits, to provide individual art kits to our students so that we could use a variety of mediums and use lots of different materials instead of just paper and pencil. So one of the things that we have done this year is to use these cubbies for each individual student. They have their own little basket that contains their supplies. They have non-consumable supplies that were provided so everyone would have their own, like scissors. And they also have consumable supplies like glue sticks, markers, Sharpies, pencils, that sort of thing. And what I would do each project would be to fill up these baskets with what they would need to use for that project. And then they could all keep all of their papers and art projects separated here in the cubbies. We did some really cool stuff this year. One of the things that Education Foundation supplied was these individual watercolor trays. Each student would have their own housing, their own case for their watercolor trays, and the Education Foundation money purchased these inserts, refills type watercolors, and I would pop them in their trays so every student had their own set of paintbrushes to use for their class. Hi, my name is Jennifer Fitzgerald, and I am the art teacher here at Amherst Middle School. We just wanted to say a huge...
My name is Tom McBride. I'm an assistant principal here at Amherst County High School, and I love Amherst County. I've always lived here my entire life. I'm a graduate of Amherst County Public Schools, and in particular here at Amherst County High School. I've taught here for many years, and for the last 4 years, I've served as an assistant principal here. You might wonder what I like so much about Amherst County Public Schools, and there's a good number of things. One of the things in particular is we have a great mentor program here at Amherst County. When you're hired in, you're not just thrown to the wolves, so to say, or thrown in the deep end of the pool. They actually get you a lot of help. They have trained mentors who work with you constantly throughout the teacher work week to prepare you for the school year ahead. The mentors spend time with you throughout the semester, have regular meetings. They do 2 observations to watch you teach your class and make suggestions to help make you a better teacher. And so they're constantly working to help you improve and help you grow in your career here in Amherst County. But Amherst County truly does appreciate and recognize each and every employee for the good work that they do. They love hanging on to good employees. They also have good employee engagement. Amherst County is not a school system that kind of tells you this is what you got to do and just pours it down on you, but rather they get involved with you. They want your input. anytime they have a new program, a new initiative, they're trying something new, they always get input from their employees and want to know what's working, what's not working, and what we could do better. That's the thing that we're constantly striving for. It's our slogan here at the high school is intentional excellence, and I think that carries on throughout the county. We want to make sure that we're intentionally excellent at everything that we do, and we want our employees involved in that. Amherst County also has great extracurricular activities, whether it's sports, Scholastic Bowl, band, theater, the different clubs that we offer. Amherst County has something for everyone, and we want to make this a good experience not only for our employees but our students as well. And so Amherst County goes out of their way to offer as much as we possibly can to anyone that wants to get involved. And finally, I'll say this, Amherst County has benefits and salaries that are competitive with anybody in this area. This is a great place to live. As I've said, I've lived here my entire life, and the salary that Amherst County pays is very competitive with all the other areas, and when you look around, the cost of living is fairly low here in Amherst County. And I guess in short, I would say Amherst County Public Schools is a great place to begin your career and hopefully end it here as well.
Hi, my name is Naomi Giles, and I'm the school librarian at Temperance Elementary School. I want to say thank you to the Education Foundation for 2 grants that I received last year that have drastically changed my library and impacted it in a very positive way. So the first grant I received was for these Playaway audiobooks, and these are just little battery charged books that are audio format. I did not have any audio format prior to this in my collection, so the kids absolutely love these. I cannot keep them on the shelves. It's primarily for 2nd through 5th graders, and they can take these little books, put their headphones in, and listen anywhere they go. On the bus, at home, whether they're on vacation, wherever, they can listen to their audiobooks, and they absolutely love it. I also received an iPad, and I use this with my green screen. So this is great when I collaborate with teachers. We're able to do some really neat projects with the students. We can also make school-wide videos, and the kids love using it and learning about that technology. So thank you to the Education Foundation.
Hello, my name is Melissa Ferguson, and I'm currently the assistant principal at Central Elementary School in Amherst County, Virginia. Thank you for your interest in our school system. Personally speaking, I can say that this is probably the best system to work in. Having transferred to Amherst County Schools last year, I have held nothing but support, or felt nothing but support from my central office staff. When you enter any school within our county, you will immediately feel a sense of belonging. We take pride in developing positive relationships not only with our staff, but our families and students as well. And let's not forget the beautiful views you will encounter once you enter Amherst County. Whether you're teaching elementary or secondary level, you will be supported. Starting with our school board members, central office staff, building level administrators, and the fellow teachers you'll work with within your unit, we are all here to help and support you. Amherst County Public Schools Administration encourages an open door policy, so don't ever feel as if you cannot ask a question to anyone at any level. Again, we're here to help you. Amherst County Public Schools Administration is committed to supporting our faculty, staff, and students. We want to provide the best education possible for all our students, meeting each student need. Our school motto is, every child, every day. Children are our focus. Making sure they have a strong foundation in their educational support starting at pre-K levels is something that we strive to do. All students experience a higher level of positive educational outcomes within our school division. The diversity of our staff within our buildings reflects the diversity of the population of students that we service. We have students that come from different background and ethnic groups, which each adds to our uniqueness. To help foster this diversity, each school presented diversity lessons to our students to help understand the uniqueness of everyone involved. Here at Central, our expectations are to be safe, be responsible, and to be considerate. As a new hire, you will be able to participate in a new teacher mentorship program. Each new teacher will be paired with a mentor within the school division to help support you throughout your first 2 years of teaching. You will also have the support of the division staff members. The purpose of the mentorship program is to provide you with current best practices to implement into your classroom to help support you with classroom management, curriculum, and instruction. Amherst County Public Schools also has wonderful support from our community. Each year, the Amherst Education Foundation awards grants to teachers to utilize these funds to help enhance student learning opportunities within their classroom. Each grant is up to $1,000 and you can apply for them twice a year. This year has been unique in itself. We've been faced with the pandemic, but in order to support the needs of the students, our school division was operating during this pandemic successfully. In order to meet the needs of our students and staff and to follow safety protocols that were put into place, we have implemented daily health screening, wearing of masks, and maintaining a 6-foot distance in the classrooms, buses, as well as in our hallways. In addition, the county provided families of our students with recorded lessons that were aired on our local television program station, WSET, to help reinforce skills that they would learn in school. We know that social emotional learning is very important, so that was prioritized this year, in which every school did a morning meeting to help address any concerns that students may have had. We have live streaming for our athletic events this year. This year is something special for the class of 2020. We could not have a unique graduation program, so we had a drive-through graduation at Amherst County High School, which was awesome. I must say that was the only one that was presented that way in our division or in our area that we live in. The students did receive meal distribution throughout the summers, and mobile hotspots were added to our buses and trailers so students and teachers could access the internet for their learning needs. Again, I can say Amherst County is the best school division to work at. As I stated earlier, you will feel part of this division no matter what school you walk into. There is a positive atmosphere in every building. You will have support not only from your fellow teachers within your unit, but at the building level administration and your central office administration as well. You will see your students show growth throughout the school year. Resources will be provided to make sure you have a successful first year in Amherst County Schools. Remember, working here, working together, we can make a difference in each student's life. Teamwork is our motto. We're all in this together for the benefit of our students.
Hi, my name is Julia Simon. I'm a first grade teacher at Amherst Elementary, and I use the Amherst Education Foundation mini grant to purchase these lap desks for my students. We take them outside to do our reading work, and we use them in the classroom for our schoolwork. Thank you so much for giving me the money to purchase these. I'm really thankful for it.
Welcome to Amherst County Public Schools, where our mission statement is every child, every day. If we look back to March 13th this past year, 2020, when the governor decided it was best for the school systems in the state of Virginia to shut down, most of the state was caught completely off guard. I can proudly say that within 1 week, Amherst County Public Schools had a Chromebook in every single child's hand. Within another week, we were offering at-home learning opportunities, and we closed out the last 8 weeks of the school year with different material for every subject, including elective classes such as course, band, PE, and all the core classes, social studies classes, science classes, English classes, and math classes, having material for the students to learn at home from their Chromebooks. In addition, for students that did not have Wi-Fi at home, we offered handouts at the school of flash drives so the students could still continue to participate. That's the mentality of Amherst County Public Schools. We made sure that every child, every day was taken care of, and that's how we approach every situation that we have. And we live in an area that is close to not a big city, but Lynchburg has pretty much everything you would want. but it doesn't cost nearly as much as a big area might be. Now, if you're watching this part of the video, then it's a good chance that you're considering secondary, and not just secondary, but middle school. It takes a special breed to want to educate middle school students because they are a different breed on their own. I truly believe that when a student is in grades 6 through 8, that is the easiest time in their life that you can mold them. That's the easiest time in their life you can make a huge impression on them. As Maya Angelou said, they're not going to remember what you taught them, but they'll remember how you make them feel. And I can promise you that means more in the middle school setting than in any other time in their educational careers. You ought to really consider coming to Amherst County and being part of our team. We've got a really good thing going here where we truly believe in every child every day. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carla Stinnett, and I'm the third grade teacher at Temperance Elementary School. I would like to say thank you to the Amherst County Education Foundation. They recently accepted my grant for an Echo show. Since students are required to sit in their seats more than ever as we deal with COVID-19, an Echo show allows a touchless way to access music videos, read-alouds, poetry, brain breaks, timers, and even daily jokes. The students are loving the brain breaks throughout the day. We can also ask Alexa questions such as, Alexa, how long is the Amazon River?
The Amazon is 4,345 miles long.
Great. The Echo Show is a great tool, and I thank the Amherst Education Foundation for supporting the teachers and students of Amherst County.
Welcome to Amherst County Public Schools. My name is Dr. Brown, and I'm the proud principal of Amherst County High School. I guess you're wondering, why should you come work for Amherst County Public Schools? But the question really should be, how can you not work for Amherst County Public Schools? This is an amazing place to work with amazing people and with a mission of every child every day. If you love kids, this is the place for you. Amherst County is a beautiful place to live. We have scenic mountains. We're situated really nicely between Lynchburg, which is a small urban city, and Charlottesville, which has a lot of amenities. They have concerts, venues, and there's a lot of recreational things that you can do. The town is just amazing place for it to be. It's got that old town feel. It just really makes you feel like you're back in like a really close-knit small town. But the county as a whole, these are just great people around here that love Amherst County, and they love Amherst County Public Schools. Education is really, really important to our community. And we do the absolute best here to provide the top-notch education that our kids need and deserve. We are all about promoting life-ready students. And so for Amherst County Public Schools, it's not just about teaching to the test and passing SOLs and accreditation. We earnestly want to build our students to be thriving, engaged citizens and focusing on character and communication and critical thinking and creative thinking and citizenship. We are doing things that are going above and beyond to promote those within our students. Even with the pandemic and the COVID-19 situation, we've looked for opportunities amongst all the obstacles, and we want to try to promote an educational system that is allowing our kids to experience the things that a normal school system would, even amongst these difficult times. When the pandemic hit, one of the first things that we did was to continue education. And so we partnered with our local news station, WSET, to create these amazing, engaging lessons. Teachers sprung to action all across the county to create these awesome and engaging lessons. Our teachers have really done an amazing job of collaborating this year. We've had more collaboration than ever. So if you're coming onto our team, you can be sure that you're going to have awesome educators that have an amazing experience that are going to be able to walk alongside you and really help navigate this new educational situation that we are in. But at the end of the day, what makes Amherst County really special is our kids. These are some of the best, talented, amazing kids that you're going to find. Here at Amherst County High School, Amherst Middle School, Manellison Middle School, all of our elementary schools, our kids are constantly winning awards. They're constantly going above and beyond. They're inquisitive, they are talented, they're gifted. and they really care about each other. So it's beyond just studying and learning the facts. Our kids are doing amazing things to make our community better. And I think that's one of the most powerful things that I can say about our kids is they're not waiting to be the future. They are the future right now, and they're having an impact in our community, and they want to serve, and they want to do things to make our world and our community better. As a new teacher coming into our division, we're going to provide the support that you need, and we have an amazing research-based mentoring program. We have seasoned, experienced teachers that are our mentor teachers, and they're going to come alongside and help you with lesson planning, and help you create engaging lessons, and help you think outside the box, and really push you to be the best version of yourself as an educator here in the school system. I think one of the things that really drew me to the county is our desire to be innovative, and we have started an innovation cohort, and we are really taking the walls down on education and telling our teachers to just go for it. Think about things that are going to be engaging for your kids. Think about jobs that haven't been created. How are you going to be able to promote students the skills that they need, not just the soft skills, but the essential skills that they need to be successful in the workforce. Here at Amherst County High School, we have an amazing CTE, Career and Technical Education program, that is really preparing our students to be work ready on day one. And so these are things that we have available for our students, and these are the type of people that we're looking to have come here and work for Amherst County Public Schools. Again, you might ask yourself, why should you work for Amherst County Public Schools? Why would you want to? And I would again say, how can you not? After hearing everything about our kids, our beautiful county that we have here, amazing staff and peers, this is the place to work. If you want to be innovative, if you want to teach more than to the test, and if you want to prepare students to be life ready, Amherst County Public Schools is the place for you. I hope that you apply, and I hope that I see you around. And as I always like to say, and go Lancers!
Fast reading now.
Yeah.
Do we have a motion to come out of closed meeting?
Yeah. Made a motion.
Made a motion, second.
Second?
Second.
Whereas the Amherst County School Board has convened in a closed meeting of this date pursuant to affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and whereas 22-3712 of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this board that such a closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be resolved that the Amherst County School Board hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in this motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered. Motion to certify.
Make a motion to certify.
Second.
All in favor?
Ms. Lagan?
Yes.
Ms. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Casisi?
Yes.
Ms. Wright?
Yes.
Ms. Burr?
Yes.
Mr. Bryson?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion to
Make a
adjourn.
motion to adjourn?
Second.
No.
No.
Oh, no,
Sorry,
we got
There's one more little
I
thing.
withdraw your motion.
I withdraw.
Yeah, we got, yeah, some business. That was my fault.
Sorry.
Somebody want to make.
Make a motion to approve the superintendent's evaluation as presented. Is that?
Second.
All in favor?
Motion to adjourn?
No. Yeah.
Second.
Okay. Thank y'all. Motion to adjourn is accepted.